Okay, boys and girls, Saturday night at the Atheist. Go for it. I got nothing. What do you guys got? What's happening? You can unmute now.
Well, I read the whole paper today, you know, remember when Maddox or Ox and Socks did his paper going to prove to us that their distinction between operational science and historical science was right. And all they did was read the abstract, but the writer said, well, this idea of historical investigation or historical science being inferior epistemically is just overblown. It's wrong. And so he kind of neglected to read that part. So I went ahead and read the whole paper, and it turns out that Maddox is still wrong.
Yeah.
You mean to tell me Maddox selectively ignores parts of papers that disagree with him and directly contradict his narrative?
Well, you know, I hate to say it, but it appears that way, Immutable.
Color me shocked.
I'm shocked too. But, you know, I have yet to read a paper referenced by a creationist that gets it right in just about any way.
So one of the people that he referenced, I think the first one he brought up was Ron Gray, and I'm let's say graduate programs coordinator, associate professor of science education. So I emailed Ron Gray. I said, a creationist YouTuber is weaponizing your articles on historical science. Is this your intention? And he said, thanks for letting me know. I've had a few interesting conversations with creationists who have taken parts of that article very out of context. So,
So
yeah, because at first I thought maybe this guy was a creationist, but then reading further, no, these guys were kind of spot on with some of it. So anyway,
not to completely derail or anything, but just one thing that I've got real quickly is that the DNA in your intro is curling the wrong way.
Is it really?
You have the wrong-handedness DNA.
Brain bug.
Man.
Brain bug.
I failed. I totally failed on that.
Well, no, let's leave that in there as sort of a little door prize sort of thing.
We should have brought it up.
Let's leave it as a quiz for the creationists. See if they recognize that.
I cannot not see it when it's wrong.
That's what I was going to say. We could leave it on there and see if if we would have set up so before that we went live anyway. We could see if any of the creationist folks noticed that. I have no idea which way DNA goes, so I have an excuse.
It's right. I believe it's a right-handed helix, isn't it?
Yeah, it should be right-handed. Yours is left-handed.
It's alien DNA, obviously.
It's a new species. I'm joking, obviously, but the mantis.
It's his DNA.
I don't stare at curled DNA very long, or coiled DNA much. I guess I didn't notice it. Oh, I can't do left and right-handed anyway.
Really?
I can't see the difference.
So what you do is you hold your hand out, right?
It does exist.
Hold your hand out with your thumb pointing up.
Well, yeah, I know how to do it.
Curl your fingers in.
I know how to do it, CRISPR. I just don't see it. It's like I don't see faces either. I can't see faces, and I can't see right and left. I have to work very hard in order to twist my mind to see mirror image things. I don't know why. They're just part of my brain.
Huh? Don't do drugs, kids.
You can't see yourself in a mirror?
I can't. I can recognize myself because I know I'm the one looking in the mirror. But if I saw myself and like three other people, they would look extremely. There are people that look extremely similar to me, and I can't tell them apart.
That's
Like on movies.
If I thought trying to teach speed organic chemistry is hard, we are going to have a bitch of a time trying to explain stereoisomerism.
Well, you do it with. I do it with. I get a model and I can get the two together and I can kind of see it, but I can't look at one thing and sort it out in my brain. It's just a visual wiring thing that a lot of people. In fact, I think like 5% of people have it.
I've heard of it called like face blindness or whatever. They did a movie based on that as a premise.
Yeah.
One time.
Yeah, and I'm like right and left blindness. Like when somebody says turn right, it's not a good way to tell me which way to turn because sometimes I have trouble figuring that out.
I find when I'm driving around, I have a hard time going by east, north, east, west, south kind of directions.
Yeah. I don't know, those work pretty well. But
luckily in Florida, I live by the ocean on the East Coast, so it's very easy for me to tell where east is.
Danny's here.
When your car starts flooding, you've gone too far.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, hopefully.
Look what I found, Danny.
Is it on Godless's server or channel?
I'm not sure.
No, it's Krill's the server. Yes.
I don't remember this one.
November 20th or November 7th?
Oh,
Yeah.
I think this one was that one about the Einstein stuff.
You were talking about quantum information or something at the very beginning.
Oh, I don't know anything about that though. Why would I be talking about that?
I don't know. But T-Jump was talking to you about it and you were responding. So it could have been somebody else. That sounded just like you.
No, that was me, but I thought that video had to do with something about, at first it was something to do with his distinction between real and non-real, which doesn't really make sense.
Oh, yeah.
And then,
Yeah, he was talking about imaginary things, like unicorns and things like that. Yeah. Yep. Left-handed DNA for your enjoyment. Paul Camish.
He's not going to know the difference between a left-handed strand of DNA and a right-handed strand of DNA.
there's another video of me yelling at him. I think I called him a fake or a quack or something. I yelled it like multiple times.
Yeah, I can see that.
I'm not sure how much an effect that means, how much of an effect that has on philosophers, really.
Who? What?
Calling a person a fake or a quack.
He got really angry, so it worked.
Well,
And I don't consider T-Jump a
Oh,
philosopher.
okay. No problem.
Wait. It worked? What worked?
He was so angry.
Okay, that's what your intention was, to make him angry?
When he was dishonest, yeah.
When he was dishonest, according to your opinion. So your intention was to make
What else
Tom
would it be
angry.
according to?
So you were trying to make Tom angry. That was your intention.
Yeah, after he was being a dishonest person, yeah. I tend to do
After
that.
you
When
determined him to be a dishonest person.
Well,
because
who else
you-
would have determined it?
Because
Answer that question. Who else would have determined it? Why would you preface with you determined?
Tom would have determined it. Other people in the room would have determined it, you know?
Yeah, everyone in the room thought that he was being dishonest there.
Okay, hold on for just a second, guys.
So it's
check
your
in with
fucking
Brainbug.
job?
Sorry, what?
Let's
It's
check
your
in with
fucking
Brainbug
job.
real quick.
I agree. Let's check in with Brainbug.
What are
Yeah,
you
check out
feeding?
Brainbug.
And what are you feeding them?
Oh, hang on a second. Hold on.
These-
I gotta make
These
it
are my
up.
ghost mantises. I got 3 of them. Start off with 5, so not too bad. The mantises, the reproduction style that they use, you tend to lose a lot of babies in the first couple of instars. So I don't think I turned out too bad of a haul. I always try to get the very minimum of 3 of any species because it doesn't. It doesn't do me any good to have them if I can't try to breed them.
I have a quick question. This might be a dumb question, but is there a difference between a praying mantis and a mantis?
No, praying. The praying mantis is just just the colloquial name for them.
Oh,
for some reason, when you asked that question, my mind jumped to the Family Guy clip of that. The Family Guy cutaway scene of that thing.
Oh, and the one that's like eating the bread.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Are they going to eat those poor little worms?
it's such an obvious fucking joke, but it's
Oh yeah, he's already got his. That's why it's spinning like that. They're not worms. Well, they're mealworms. They're not really worms. They're larvae.
I mean, it's so fascinating to watch life. Like we're watching life struggle right now, right? Because the worm is
God.
just like yeah, no, fuck you, I don't want to be food, and the mantis is like, yeah, buddy, sorry, I need to eat to survive. So
This
So
is like Roman Coliseum. I love this. We're going to get so many views and likes from this.
Well, I wish it wasn't so blurry, but
So is Midnight the Worm in like Life the mantis trying to devour it?
Yep,
I'm
yeah, speak for yourself, buddy. Fuck off.
I'm just trying to understand the story from here.
I guess that one on the right's not very hungry.
well, I got it all stirred up. You saw when I tried to get it, tried to coax it out, and it earlier, and it was it tried to pick a fight with my paintbrush. So
Now, what is this you're feeding?
a ghost mantis. From
Ghost
they're native
mantis.
to Madagascar.
That sounds like a good superhero name.
Right. Well, if you look at it into it, a lot of the binomial nomenclature for mantis species and for phasmids, for stick insects, are words for ghost. Well, phasmid, stick insects, phasmid itself means ghost or forest ghost or tree ghost, because they or it links back to their camouflage and what early people thought about their camouflage. Some early names for different lemurs and stuff that were nocturnal were like that too, named after ghost. So I guess it's a Madagascar tradition.
I've been learning a lot about ghost things lately. There's ghost galaxies, ghost volcanoes, ghost mantises, and there's another ghost. I can't remember what
I mean, okay, what are ghost galaxies? I guess that's what it sounds like. They're ghost, which aren't there also like supposedly dark matter galaxies?
Yeah, in fact, the ghost galaxies apparently, and this is just from that C channel that I heard Gutsick Gibbon talking about on one of her streams. It's called SEA, but it's about astronomy. And it's basically the Milky Way galaxy they've just discovered lately, these dimmer, smaller galaxies that they've called ghost galaxies that take various shapes. Some of them have like merged with the Milky Way galaxy and gone through it to where all that's left is some dust and a few stars and dark matter. And then there's others that are a lot like it, but they're all just kind of, because the Milky Way is the biggest thing in the area, they're all just kind of in the gravitational field of influence. Good stuff. I recommend it.
Yeah, there's a lot of interesting articles I'm coming across also, and I keep sending them to Immutable because, well, they're interesting. Plus, I have a repository to where I can get them.
Now I'm in a repository. Great.
I said,
Yeah.
well, whatever. I said that. Crap.
Jesus fucking.
Repository, not suppository, you dick.
Can we please have a committee or like a vote to rename albino people ghost humans?
Fuck you. Okay.
Oh,
My kind gets enough shit in Africa. I don't need shit from you.
You just called me a suppository, you fuck.
I said repository.
That puts you
Not
I heard
suppository.
suppository. It's official suppository.
Why black holes are the scariest things in the universe? True. Ancient DNA.
they just have bad press, bad marketing.
I mean, yeah. Also, ancient DNA reveals Arctic was once lush and green. Could be again. Interesting.
Oh yeah, it used to connect South America and Australia. That's why we see the success of marsupials on those continents. Obviously not in Antarctica anymore, but yeah.
Interesting. Another interesting one. But bonobos and humans, kindness may have an ancient connection. Goats and soda. That's
Maybe Gutsick Gibbon will come in and explain that to us.
a coffee alternative with benefits. Miami Beach declares state of emergency over crowds. Philosophy majors nominated for an Oscar.
Are we just doing stream of consciousness here, or what?
No, I'm looking at the list of news articles.
Oh, by the way, Brainbug, I think you wanted to chat with me about something. I got a text from like Leo sometime this week regarding. Like,
you had remember the other night when we were talking about the phosphate stuff, and you asked me if I'd read something, and I wanted to read it because I hadn't. So I was wondering if you had it. I don't remember who it was. I want to say it, you said the author, but I don't remember.
Oh,
the topic was phosphate in early. It was the wet dry cycles. Remember?
Right, Damer and Dahmer. I don't know.
Brian, have I sent you the link to the shared paper drive? The Horseman?
Yeah, a while back you did. I've sent you some stuff on it.
Okay, it's in there under papers named under Deemer, so it's in that drive. It's under Deemer, or is it under Damer? Damer. It's under Deemer, I think. Deemer 2020 would be the name of the paper. That's how you'd find it.
Yeah. Well, yeah. If you guys, let me. I know you all have probably talked about the paper a few times, but let me look at it, and then I want to. I kind of wanted to pick you guys' brain about it because you all know more about the terminology than I do. A
good time would be tomorrow at 2 p.m. Central Time. We're doing part 4 of that paper, and I painstakingly found the links for all 25 of the reference papers within that 1.5 pages, and we're going to talk about a few of those papers. So, but that's the one he's talking about, right? Immutable.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. The wet dry cycle and phosphate. What the hell's the name of our paper?
The hot springs hypothesis of the origins
of life.
Of life. Yeah.
Or was it the phosphate one that we downloaded like last summer?
Did anyone look at the link Orgay just posted about zDNA?
Yeah,
I have not.
Yep. I mean, I know there's different types of DNA. zDNA is one of the rare forms of DNA. There's also like artificial DNA called what was it called? Hajimochi DNA, I think.
Well, zDNA is what happens when you take a heroic dose of mushrooms.
Of course, you would say that.
Yeah, that's predictable coming from Speedhead.
Although, funny enough, there is an urban legend that either Francis Crick or Watson or James Watson, got the he was high on LSD and got the form of DNA from that. Again, it's just an urban myth, but interesting.
Boy,
they got the shape of DNA from looking at the X-ray crystallography.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying that's an interesting.
No, I mean it's pretty obvious from that.
What weren't they doing NMR stuff on it as well, or was it mostly like?
Yeah, well, so they already knew what it was made out of, right? So like they had the formula, right? So it's just a question of how is it actually arranged in 3 dimensions. And as soon as you see the X-ray, it's just like, oh, that makes sense.
Wasn't the X-ray done? Okay, my history might be fucked. Wasn't the X-ray done earlier by like Rosalind or
Rosalind Franklin? Yeah, she's the one who did it.
Okay. So I know that there's somewhat of a controversy regarding like that.
It's really not. She would have been on the list of. It would have been 4 people who got the prize for chemistry for it if she were still alive, but they don't do posthumous. But like everything was above board about the way that was handled. She was an extremely successful scientist and was running the lab and was paid. Her PI was paid to do this for this other group. She did it, handed the data over. That's what you're supposed to do, right? And that's the end of her involvement.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, it does get so like there's a lot of really valid stuff you could be talking about. That's really not one of them.
Valid with regard to her contributions, or with regard to
No, valid with regard to like sexism in the sciences.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean that's not a particularly great example of that.
Okay, I've heard some people bring that up before, and like I said, I'm not overly well read on the.
Yeah, like you look at some of the stuff that happened to like McClintock, right? Like that's pretty bad. But yes, I mean Franklin was just like she wasn't doing that research. She was just doing the work for the people who were doing the research. I'm sure she looked at the X-ray crystallography and went, "Oh, well, now I know what the structure is." But it would have been completely inappropriate for her to write it up first, because that's not how that works in terms of like when you get paid to do something for another group. So it's just
What you mentioned McClint? What happened with McClintock?
Oh, I mean, like her entire academic career got just completely hit constantly. And I mean, we're talking about. I honestly, my opinion is that McClintock's probably the most influential person in terms of the chemistry of DNA outside of Watson and Crick, right? Because you look at like in terms of people talk about the transposon stuff, and that's great, but also the nature of how chromosomes work, actually proving chromosomal rearrangements, and the contributions to cancer research, because that gets completely ignored, just everywhere. And so yeah, I don't know what else my point was, but
I don't know either. I mean, I've seen a lot. I haven't studied cancer biology formally, but a lot of it seems to be due to when a cell kind of reverts to act more like a. What the fuck am I trying to say?
Yeah, that hypothesis is not valid. I know what you're trying to say, and no.
What do you think I was going with, or
I can't remember what the name given to it was either, but I'm assuming you're referring to the idea that it's going back to a more like ancestral state of yeah. No, that's not. It's just a lack of regulation. It would not be. Cancer cells can't survive on their own, right?
Wow.
Unless you're really babying them.
Huh, okay. Yeah, I heard somebody bring that up like in a podcast there for some reason. That was interesting.
Yeah, it's a pretty well known idea. It's not right.
Okay.
It's kind of like, I don't know if you've ever heard of the aquatic ape hypothesis, which is also pretty well known and also obviously wrong.
Yeah. I think most of cancer cells are, what is it, like oncogenes being activated or proto-oncogenes?
Yeah, it's just like I said, it's a loss of regulation. So there's a number of ways you can get that done, but one of the interesting things about it, and one of the things that, again, this is where one of McClintock's really big contributions to it is the idea of the breakage fusion bridge cycle, right? And so you get these initial differences that cause the initial loss of regulation, and things start getting bad. But they're not horrible yet, right? But then you get the chromosomal instability.
Can you describe
what happened?
Sorry.
Yes, that's what I'm going to.
Yeah.
Okay. So then you get the chromosomal instability, and what happens is that you basically get a loss of the telomeres on a single chromosome. And so the sister chromatids fuse together at the ends, right?
Right.
If those separate, they must break. they can't go in the same direction. They have to break. Right?
Yeah, so far so good.
Okay, and so now you have a weird fusion event and a breakage and no telomeres. So they get copied. What happens when the two daughter cells divide? Oh fuck, it happened again, didn't it?
Yeah, it keeps degrading.
Breakage, fusion, bridge, cycle. And the consequence of this is some chromosomes are more likely to have this happen than others. And there are certain fusion proteins that are likely to happen as a result of this. And it's some of those proteins that start to really cause a lot of the big problems. Even so, you get a lot of really similar pathways towards the end of cancer progression, even though the beginnings of cancer progression are very, very different depending on cell type.
Huh. That kind of leads me to the question. I mean, I remember when I took like first year genetics or second year genetics, whatever it was, they mentioned a lot about telomerase. Does the rate at which like telomerase activity gets expressed, like, do we know if it's like a linear decrease over time or like how it?
So it's not a. So it really shouldn't be expressed much at all past early development, right? Because the assumption, except for in like some gamete progenitors and couple other cells, maybe a little bit, but for the most part, not much. Because you think about how many cells you get from a few rounds of division, right? Because it's exponential. So you don't if you lose if you lose
Holy
20
shit.
telomeres, 20 telomere repeats from 20 cycles of division, that's 2 to the 20th cells, and you've got 5,000 on average, and okay, so this is not going to be a problem, right? So the issue isn't generally the telomerase activity. It's generally other things happening to cause damage to the chromosomes, because certain aspects of the telomere are inherently unstable because they're tied up with one another, right?
Are you referring to like the geometry of telomeric sequences?
Yes,
or?
exactly, right. Because the telomere, when we talk about the telomere, we either mean the genetic, the stretch of repeats, right, of just the sequence, or we mean the actual big protein DNA structure that forms in the cells because these sequences are there, right?
Right.
And it's that thing that it's really stable in some ways, but in other ways it can get damaged, and it's more likely to get damaged for certain chromosomes than others. And this is what I used to do. It's not what I do now, and so I'm trying to do this from the memory of like 5 years ago. So,
I've been out of university for only 2 years now, and I'm vaguely remembering some of the stuff from like genetics.
Yeah. So
read more into it to like fully get a grasp on it.
So I have a quick question. Do they know why the Loretta, what the hell is her name? The cells. Yes. Do they know why those cells keep dividing even though she's dead?
Because they're taken care of really carefully.
It's not going to work for you midnight.
No, that's why I corrected myself when I said that cancer cells won't live on their own. I mean, they will in really carefully controlled conditions. So if you take some of your skin cells, right? Like the live ones, not the top layer. But if you take some live skin cells and you treat them real nice, right, and you're really careful with them, you can get them to live for a couple of divisions in vitro. But eventually they'll go to senescence, and that'll be the end of it. But the cancer cell lines are immortalized, and they'll just keep going forever. But again, these are not particularly healthy cells, and so you got to treat them really carefully because, well, for instance, they're really susceptible to pH imbalances or improper nutrient levels or various other things that are just, you got to be careful with.
Oh, another question, and then I'll fuck off in terms of like bugging you with cancer biology. You know what ROS species are, right?
Yeah. Those are more important to most of it. People always talk about the telomeres and telomerase in terms of aging and cancer, and reactive oxygen species much more important.
Yeah, I was going to ask about like if we know how much of that is due to like mitochondrial damage and ROS species being like in higher concentration as the result of that.
Well, consider this: the best studied, best known, early, I think, first demonstrated intervention for lifespan and longevity is simple diet restriction.
Yeah.
Right. And so that is the oldest and best known and most conclusively demonstrated of any genetic alteration, of any chemical treatment, of anything else. It's just, hey, maybe don't let them eat as much food.
Yeah,
and it works. It works in mice. It works in flies. And I would tend to guess that it works in people too, but apparently they don't let you do that experiment. Although you can do it for yourself, but I will tell you, you'll not be happy with it. Although, every other day fasting is equally effective as 70%. That is to say that allowing 70% of the calories is the control. And it's actually much better tolerated by most people. You just get used to not having food every other day.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, I was kind of curious about that because I do remember there's a series.
Talk to your doctor before attempting any fad diet that I talk about. I am not a doctor.
Yeah, I think there's a channel on YouTube called iBiology, and a lot of their content features researchers kind of displaying and summarizing their activity. And I remember them talking about that particularly, and what they believe to be causing it is damage to... Oh, Christ.
No, probably not damage to Christ.
Well, not that. I think
God, is that worm still alive?
I believe it's damage to cytochrome C complexes, like in the electron transport chain. I could be getting that wrong, though.
Yeah, it could be.
Yes,
so one of the things that...
And the mantis doesn't care. It starts eating it no matter what. Sorry, just cutting in for that.
So one of the things that's always been kind of interesting to me is the what seems like a fairly likely possibility that what you really have is a combination of a loss of repair capacity combined with a slow accumulation of damage that can't be repaired at all, such that at some point your cells on average hit a level of damage that is that brings your body's repair capacity under 1, right? So you're born, your repair capacity is well over 1. You're fine, right?
Yeah.
Right? You get hurt, you heal, it's no problem. And then at some point you're right around 1, and it'll maybe fluctuate. Some days are better than others, whatever. And you're eating healthy this year, and you bring it back up. It was 0.997, and for a couple of years you get it back up to 1.03 or who knows what. But eventually eventually you're going to be at 0.8, or I'm just making numbers up. It doesn't mean anything.
No, I know.
And then it's just a crash at some point, because once your body can no longer efficiently repair, you're going to start accumulating damage, and that damage is itself doing more damage, because that's the nature of it.
Well, would you think that it's damage in respect to, like, that DNA repair enzymes can't get to certain parts of the genome that need to be repaired, or?
Well, just do the really simple one, right? So you mentioned the electron transport, right?
Yeah.
So if you have damage to the electron transport chain, you're going to generate more reactive oxygen species.
Yeah.
And those are going to do more damage.
Right.
Right. So if you're unable to repair the damage to those enzymes, right?
Yeah.
You're going to accumulate damage much faster than you were before. So it's not just the accumulation of damage, it's the fact that the accumulated damage does more damage itself.
Right, and it's not as if that you can just pull the protein out of there and repair it and then put it back in. The proteins, like the cytochrome C complexes, are really kind of intricately embedded in terms of
Yeah, I don't know the full details of the turnover on that.
It's complicated how they form, but it's not very. I would imagine it's not very simple to have them repaired or replaced, because part of their structure, like part of the complexes that are responsible for transferring the electrons between, like, iron sulfur complexes, is embedded.
Just eat that mitochondria and make a new one.
Yeah, there we go. Then you get to worry about mitochondrial DNA leakage.
Yeah, well,
that's
sure,
that's another issue.
So yeah, it's just some things to think about. So yeah, I don't put too much stock particularly in any of the telomerase telomere research on aging. I mean, it's not that it's not important at all. It's just that it is certainly not anywhere near the most important. It is maybe top 10, but I'm not sure that's even right.
So what would be your money on the top, like, I don't know, say 3 or 5 most important factors?
So reactive oxygen species is, and basically, well, effectively diet. I know we gave, Tommy Hall, if you remember him, we gave him a lot of shit about talking about diet, right? But so there's an extent to which he's not wrong, right? Like if you eat a lot of really terrible food, it's not good for your body. It just isn't, right? Like we all know that.
It's the old you are what you eat kind of thing.
Yeah, and so, but it's not just food though. It's other environmental exposure factors that are various toxins, carcinogens, as far as development of cancer. But strictly speaking, aging, reactive oxygen species are a really big contributor. The ones that come from food are a big contributor within that, and so yeah, that's an element. And like I said, diet restriction, very well known as being life extending. So following that, various genetic predispositions would be the major, like everything else, in terms of because like trying to pin down specific exposure risks that are not like obvious epidemiological issues, like smoking or toxin exposures or whatever else. Being in a country that goes to war a lot, that also will reduce the country's lifespan. But these are for well-known reasons that aren't worth talking about here.
So this is a slightly different question, but do you think like one of the primary reasons we age is because of, I guess you could kind of say, like the fundamental instability of the mitochondria?
Well,
no, the fundamental reason we age is that there's no benefit to not aging.
Hello?
Yeah. Okay.
Is it working?
I can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I was trying to say something. I don't know. I don't know if you're familiar with the SENS Research Foundation, Christopher.
Okay, so when I said it was working, what I meant is I could hear you, but I only got like every third word from that.
I really hate this fucking mic. Can you hear me now?
So far, so good. Yeah.
Okay. Are you familiar with the SENS Research Foundation?
Possibly, but I didn't understand what that one word was. Can you possibly spell it?
SENS. SENS.
No, I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, you know, I read this book called "Ending Aging" by Aubrey D. Gray, and the meter was probably good. It's probably whatever. But you know, after all the research they've done, they found 7 major classes of cellular and molecular damage. Aging damage, extracellular aggregates. Good God, this fucking site is, death-resistant cells, extracellular matrix stiffening, intracellular aggregates, mitochondrial mutations, cancerous cells, cell loss, tissue entropy. Uh, Basically, what the SENS Research Foundation is trying to do is find ways to, to deal with these 7 types of damages. Rejuvenation device technology, immunotherapeutic clearance, targeted abolition, age-breaking molecules, tissue engineering, novel lysosomal hydrolysis. I can't fucking speak. Allotopic expression of 13
Well,
proteins.
let me just say that I found the Wikipedia page for it. I know of some of the people who were part of the founding, and I recognize. Oh wait! Oh man! Yeah, I know who a few of these people are. Yeah. So these are well-known names in the field. This is not. I mean, I haven't read any of the actual stuff that they're doing here, but my initial impression is that these are definitely not just quacks. What was your question?
Well, my question is, what do you think? What do you think about what they're doing? Because you say you're saying, I heard you were talking about how we age, and Immutable asked the question of why we age, and I want to see what you think of their goal of extending human life beyond what we have, but by just rejuvenating the body. So you could be 150 years old.
So 150 is not an unreasonable target.
Well, that's the number I put out of my ass, but generally I want to go longer than that, obviously.
Yeah, so there's probably a limit to how long we can reasonably expect to keep things going. Just because the mammalian body is complicated, right? And it's got a lot of different systems that are differentially regulated, and so it's not like if you get a C. elegans to live forever, that's one thing. You get a fruit fly to live forever, that's pretty impressive. You get a mouse to do it, then you should be able to do it with a human too, but I don't think that's ever going to happen.
Well, I have.
Somebody could be wrong, but
well, yeah. Well, I have hope that that I'll be one of the ones that lives to be 1,000. Hopefully.
Yeah, that's thousands out.
Well, no, I mean, Aubrey D. Gray even said that the people who were born today, may live to see 1,000. Us maybe will be lucky to see 200, maybe with the the technology becomes affordable, because you know what I mean. Like he's you're right. He's a lot of the people they are doing the research are not quacks, even though there's a lot of people who think they are. But yeah, Aubrey D. Gray, Aubrey D. Gray has been a pioneer in the field since 2007.
Well, I mean, do you think part of that is, well, like what fundamentally limits the ability of us to kind of extend human lifespan is, I guess I'll call it genomic integrity?
Well, I mean,
that's not quite it. It's not it's not really an issue of the genome per se, right? It's an issue of the fact that the genome exists within a context, right? And every time your cells divide, they're not starting from scratch. Okay, they're not starting from the initial, like, here's what your DNA says, right? They're starting in the context of, here is what you're inheriting from the cell you divided from. And if that cell is real fuck up, then that's not great for your DNA. It doesn't matter what the integrity of your DNA is, right? It's, well, sorry, I can't regulate this DNA properly because the starting conditions are really screwy.
Well, yeah.
Well,
and this is
essentially, if I can kind of translate what you're saying, is that the process of mitosis kind of places a limiter on how successful something is going to be based on the types of mutations that accumulate within.
Yeah. So to put it this way, if we can, as I was using these numbers earlier, if we can keep that ratio over 1, then it's okay, right? But the question is, can we keep that ratio over 1, and for how long? Because the thing is that because the mammalian body is complicated, the ratio is over 1 when we're young for the body as a whole, right? But I don't think, and this is the really critical bit, is I don't think it's over 1 for everything at any age. I think that there are some things that are always going to be under 1 by at least a little bit, which means that you cannot cheat death that way, because even if you keep everything else over 1, some system, that one system out there, whatever it might be, for instance, possibly, the liver is a good choice. Liver's exposed to a lot of stress. Not just me, everyone.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's exposed to a lot of a lot of stress. But if you could find a way how to keep, from what I understand, the analogy, the analogy that obviously Gray uses is that of a car, right? Obviously, the human body isn't exactly like a car, but cars, cars. If you repair them and you take care of them, they can last for 100 years. Obviously, as you said, the human body is way more complicated. But before, before he suggested they focus on repairing the damage, if I remember correctly, he talks about how people were more focused on finding a way to alter the metabolism, and that's like, metabolism is like spaghetti code. You know what I mean? It's like all over the fucking place. So he had the idea, hey, you know what? Our metabolism could just remain the same if we could just repair the damage.
Well, another thing too I'm thinking of is, okay, if one of the issues might be DNA and the fact that it's kind of this ticking time bomb of when are things going to go wrong? When does doomsday occur? Could you not develop an artificial system to kind of essentially excise DNA and replace the
What is
parts of
that
DNA?
noise anyway? I keep hearing like a ringing.
I don't know.
It sounds like somebody's at a carnival.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. What do you mean by going wrong, Immutable? I mean, why do you think dying is wrong?
Well, I'm not saying dying itself is wrong. I'm saying that there's parts of the genome that should not be touched in terms of allowing a cell to prosper. And when those things are touched and when those things are mutated in specific and deleterious ways, there's consequences. But I'm saying, is it possible to develop a therapeutic technology, in your view at least, to kind of, once there's too much damage, you just go out with the DNA and replace it with a healthy strand of DNA?
I mean,
this is weird because I can't imagine he was asking about. Sorry, never mind. I'm pretty sure he was asking about, in my opinion.
Yeah,
Right.
in your opinion.
Yeah, because
Can I say something?
just a guess. Yeah, sure.
So, Cas9, what actually is your field of research?
Kind of oddly enough, I had been involved in cancer and aging research for a while, and now I'm doing something else.
You were involved in aging research as well.
So I was working probably maybe 8 years in aging research. So we published mouse which actually reduce the proliferation by expression of P27, which is inhibitor of cell cycle, basically blocks the cell cycle. So when you block the proliferation of the tissue, the mouse became older and became like a, let me say, white hair, skinny.
I know what an old mouse looks like. I know what you mean.
Yeah, so you can go and trace my paper, probably was 2013, something like that. So it's overexpression of P27. What was phenomenon there is that the DNA damage was reduced. So meaning it's a very strange situation where the mice actually was shown experimentally can get very old without damaging of the DNA. So it's not about DNA damage. And
yeah, I was trying to say, I think I said as much earlier to Immutable.
Yeah,
I swear I did.
Yeah,
so,
there are other things that that go into us aging, but DNA damage. Ow.
Also,
Never mind, go ahead.
calorie restriction works in a kind of more low-level animals. But I'm sure, although right now, because it was long time ago, I'm sure there was experiment done in the monkeys, and it was published probably in a very high-profile journal like Nature or something like that, because it was 40 years experiment, and they allowed this 40 years experiment to undergoing exactly for the calorie restriction on monkeys. And the experiment shows that although the calorie restriction monkeys, it seems kind of slightly more healthy, they obviously was shown a sign of anger, much more anger than the non-calorie restriction monkeys. But there was
it's not pleasant.
There was no sign of life span extension. So it seems that calorie restriction goes to IGF signaling through the IGF signaling, which actually feedback to the cell cycle.
Yeah, IGF-1 mTOR mostly. Yeah.
mTOR, and that actually blocks the cell cycle and actually to some extent improve because you don't cycle too much, and the cell cycle is very, very dangerous process, especially the DNA replication. However, our calculations, experiment shows that aging is not due just to DNA damage.
Well, yeah, I don't think it's a DNA damage. Right?
And also, in the field of aging, there is not very good understanding what the aging is. In fact, for example, next to our laboratory, there is another laboratory, actually set of laboratories that was working on aging. But according to this laboratory, senescence is aging. So
I've had these arguments.
So those guys pretty much equalize senescence with aging 1-to-1. There is a very famous experiment with P16 mouse, which shows that once you kill all senescent cells, eliminate from the body, from the system, actually you didn't improve lifespan as well. Just let me say, mouse was slightly healthier, but nothing special. So
yeah. No, this is definitely. You're not saying anything I disagree with.
Yeah. So and actually, what is my opinion, and let me say my laboratory where I was kind of team of, that was previous laboratory. So we came to the conclusion that aging is not cellular phenomenon. So you can trace many things in a cell as a cellular process which may contribute to aging, but by itself, none of those processes is aging.
So
In
just
fact,
to make,
yeah,
I just want to ask a clarifying question. When you say that, you mean it's not anything that if you looked exclusively at a single cell, as opposed to say interactions between different cells, right?
no, not exactly. So you can find many processes which, let me say, not directly but indirectly, by some way or another way, have some influence on aging. You can be sure that DNA damage will reduce aging, that's for sure. But DNA damage by itself, it's not aging. Also, the same is true for senescence. All of this is a cellular process, and there is approximately, I think, around 200 hypotheses for aging. And none of those hypotheses can nail it down. The reason is very simple. The reason is because, and that's not understood from many laboratories actually, the aging is tissue phenomena, not cellular phenomena. The people do not understand that actually aging is about the maintenance of the tissue. It's not about actual cells. So you have input in the tissue which maintain the tissue. So from stem cells, progenitor cells, and tissue development. And also you have exit from the tissue like senescent cells.
So just a quick question.
Yeah.
So when I said interaction between different cells, that would seem to include at the level of tissue organization, right?
True. That's true.
Okay. Yeah. So I just wanted to make. I think that there was a misunderstanding there because I was worried that you were going to veer off into some weird direction because like if it's not under the level of a cell and it's not because cells are interacting with one another, I don't know what else you're left with that's within the biology of the organism.
Well,
I absolutely agree with you. It's not like here's an individual cell, and we can look at this individual cell and say what's going on with the aging of this organism. Certainly true,
Well,
yeah. Because like you said, you do these manipulation experiments, right? Where you identify cells that have certain characteristics, and you manipulate them, or you remove them, or you do whatever else, and the organism's still old. Like it doesn't help.
Can I
don't know what it's doing.
It's yours, right?
Yeah, I don't know what it's doing. I'm sorry.
So
Yeah.
I think that it seems like we're both broadly in agreement about everything. I mean, I was just in terms of caloric restriction. So my understanding of the studies in monkeys is that there is that there is reasonable evidence of caloric restriction having an effect on lifespan, a positive effect on lifespan. That there's evidence also of some psychological impacts on those monkeys that are possibly not desirable. But in terms of just the lifespan of them, that there was a measurable extension. So that's the only thing that you said that I understood you to have said that I would disagree with. Otherwise, I think that we're more or less on the same page on everything.
Well, I have a quick question. Do you know David? Ow! Do you know David? Never mind.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Because I'm some kind of difficult here. So an aging, the situation it's like is working on specific phenomena like senescence, or but the way how funding is it's difficult to nail it down exactly the experiment right now. You don't figure it out how and all the time. And it's a very difficult question because
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. The only thing is that I feel like we're getting bandwidth issues, possibly from the fact that we're streaming Brainbug still.
I don't think so. Normally, it doesn't affect anything. So I don't know. Maybe bandwidth issues should be a problem.
Yeah.
If it's all going through me, I got 1 gig, and I don't know.
I don't know. It's just that I'm noticing a lot of apparent bandwidth issues. And
Yeah, I think it's on. Demeter has a little bit of a connection problem.
My connection is.
It's usually one or the. Yeah, I think didn't your microphone have like a loose connection on it, or something?
Yeah. So I tried to fix it.
Yeah, you're good now.
Can you hear me?
there's a lot of static and other other interference stuff coming through.
Yeah, that's a broken microphone.
Okay, now
it's good.
Now it's okay.
I'm getting sound. It's just that some of it's a little dropping some words and still getting bursts of static.
Yeah, Demeter, don't breathe and don't move. So if you hold your breath and you don't move,
I will not.
Fine. No breathing.
Okay. Now fine.
Yep, now it's good.
Okay.
Seems okay.
So it seems to me that it's very difficult right now to do the right experiments for aging because, first of all, every single tissue is maintained the same way. There is just a few tissues which is highly proliferative and constantly demand a cell cycle and constantly demand stem cell to regenerate new tissue. Other tissues are not; they are kind of steady state and do not much. And those have a different regulation. So you're dealing with very difficult scale, with very, very difficult tissues, very different regulations and pathways of progress. Therefore, it's kind of tough, very tough. So that's what I wanted. You have
Believe me, you don't have to.
in mind, Dave.
You don't have to tell me that. I'm well aware. I mean, so there are some fun things you can do with tissue specific targeted type knockouts and such. But those get into some really tricky experimental designs, and any aging research project is just going to be crazily expensive because of the numbers you need and the fact that you have to have them for an aging length of time. And so yeah, it's costly.
Yeah, you need that. There's several models. I mean, the most still a good model. Lifespan is approximately years. So, but that's it. So, unfortunately, I gotta go, guys. So, So you can keep going. So if you have any questions about aging.
No, I mean, I wonder if there is like a more fundamental, or if there is a fundamental level to really try and answer that question on. I mean, it definitely seems that there's explanations you can have on the cellular level, but as you're stating, there's higher levels of organizations, like higher order heuristic structures, you can examine that question on as well, that in some aspects are more significant.
So if you're looking for the elixir for youth, I can tell you the recipe. You have to find a stem cell that can maintain the tissue, but in the same time, you have to have a good exit from the tissue. So basically the balance that from stem cell progenitor and tissue maintenance have to maintain constantly. In fact, in different tissues, for example, some tissues actually reduce the number of stem cells that can maintain the tissue, but some tissues, like for example the blood stem cells, hematopoietic stem cells, they do not reduce the number of stem cells, but even they expand. But the quality of these hematopoietic stem cells to regenerate the new tissue became kind of, let's say, less active. And that's one way. Another tissues, like for example the brain stem cells, actually they reduce the numbers of stem cells, simply they disappeared. And at some point they became less and less stem cells, and it's hard to maintain the tissue. Not to mention that the neurocells are not dividing, almost not. Although very, very rarely they can divide. We found a division of, for example, heart cells, which usually is considered not divided. Now it's known that actually they are divided a little bit with very low rate. Also the kidney stem cells, we found that the kidney stem cells also divide, and there is a regenerations of the nephrons, but again it's a very slow process. There is a very slow regeneration of lung tissue as well. Very fast regeneration of guts, skin, blood. This is the very fast proliferative tissues. So you have variety of systems that can maintain the tissue, and you cannot have just one pill. You have to have several different approaches for the different tissues. So that's what I can say.
Yeah, and this is getting to the what I was saying about mammals being complicated, and that well, certainly we can extend our lifespan through one or several possibly reasonably accessible means. Trying to get really, really substantial lifespan extension is really difficult, because often these different things are working against each other. And so, sure, caloric restriction can extend your lifespan, but it's also going against some things that will shorten your lifespan. And up to a point, it's a net positive, but it's not a net positive for every individual thing in your body. And so, but you're doing it to every single thing in your body, because that's just the way eating works. And so, and so you're 100% agree that here's this pill. Take this pill. Well, this pill only affects one system. It only has a benefit for one system, but it's affecting all of the systems. And so, will it extend my life? Well, maybe it will, by 1%, by 5%, by 10%, but not by 3 times.
Yes.
Certainly. That's crazy talk. Now,
So-
if you could make a targeted pill that or a series of treatments that basically target every single system and then also target the interactions of those prior targetings such that it like counters any competing effects, well, then you can start racking up some real extension. But oh man, the funding that would take to figure any of that out, I can't even imagine it.
So from the grants that we are writing, that we used to write before, you're not talking about extension of life. You always are talking about healthy aging.
Health
And
span.
That is the actual word that the scientists are using at the moment.
And you got to talk about health span.
Yeah. Okay, guys, I gotta go.
All right. Well, thank you for dropping in and giving your opinion, or education in this case, because I'm very not very well educated on this particular field.
So I bet we've both read papers that the other one's been listed on.
Yeah.
Hey,
I put money on it actually.
do either of you guys know anything about like telomerase and like, because that's what why arthropods can, because they basically like reset their cells and everything every time they molt. It's they get like you get to hit a reset button and the telomerase like repair the DNA, unlike us how we grow and shed layers.
Sorry, so no disrespect to the meter, but his audio issues were just really bothering me.
What is?
The sound issues.
Sound issues were really bothering me. No disrespect to him, but I was like, but yeah, like what I was trying to say, before is that David Sinclair, he. I know, as Christopher said, extending the extending life of yeast isn't exactly impressive, or whatever word you use. But you know what I mean? But they could take what they learned from yeast and apply it to basically humans, considering we all share a common ancestor. And I guess, correct me if I'm wrong, but we all have kind of similar epigenome. Not completely the same, obviously, but
Yeah, more or less.
yeah. So what you could do to one species, you could theoretically, with enough work and funding.
Oh, I'm sorry. Wait, did you mean between? I thought you meant between different humans. Between humans and yeast?
Well, no, between different humans.
Okay, yeah, between different humans, yeah. Because like what you're about to say is that if it applies to yeast, it applies to humans, and that's not true.
Well, then I misspoke.
So, I kind of wonder how feasible like single cell targeting for like repair or just being able to identify like a particular cell of the body in a particular location actually is. Probably not very easy to deal with.
Well, I mean, I think that that was what we were kind of getting to at the end there is that it's just like it's like so many other things in biology. It's you've got to have you can't just target for one thing, right? Because you're targeting for one thing is going to hit a lot of stuff you don't want, and so you go it has A and not B, and it's got C in a high relative concentration to D, and so on and so forth until your brain hurts, and then you're still going to pick up a bunch of stuff you don't mean to hit.
Well, I mean, even with the like I would consider it a relatively new kind of explosion within like the glycan science as this ability to kind of study and recognize these very complicated motifs called glycans on cells, and how certain glycan structures change over time, and how that relates to certain activity within cellular how that corresponds to the behavior of certain cells. That potentially could be used for something like aging or for something like a cancerous cell, based on if it's specific enough or if it's unique enough among a specific type of cancerous cell, and not a very not a shared trait that other cells tend to express. But that's a long shot.
I don't know. I'm confident we'll be able to figure at least something out.
I gotta tell you, that confidence is badly misplaced.
Well, that's fine. Let me live my dream of being immortal.
Well, do you think like the machine learning has any helps us kind of gets us into a better ballpark?
So,
like with analyzing the data.
So consider this. Consider the number of proteins that the body makes, right?
Yeah.
The number of cells that the body makes, the number of potential relative concentrations of each protein in each cell type. Okay? You're starting to see how this set of numbers goes up really fast, right?
Well, it grows astronomically.
Right. It's exponential with a very high exponent. And that's the number of interactions you've got to track for. And machine learning, sure, how much power are you going to give it? And what's your data coming from? Because if your data is coming from single gene knockouts, that's not useful. Right? I mean, it's just not.
You could develop assays like that are non-intravenous, or you could develop intravenous assays that measure certain classes of compounds that have that correlate well with cancer, like a particular reactive oxygen species, or that recognize a particular motif in DNA or something like that. That's contributes to the probability that a cell will be cancerous or not. Couldn't you?
But again, so you're caught on this idea that that it's the DNA, because you've gone back again.
Well, no, not this. I'm just naming DNA as one of the factors. I mean, that it's entirely irrelevant, but you could do it for something like a reactive oxygen species. You could do it for like a type of microfilament that is known to coagulate within a cell or something like that.
I mean, is somebody calling you?
Yeah, it's an alarm. I don't know why it's going off right now.
You could check your alarms and then disable it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It hasn't gone off in a few days. I don't know what the fuck. But my point being is that irrespective of
you could do that. You could do that, but again, the issue is, right? That reactive oxygen species, whatever it is going to be everywhere all the time, right? It's a question of concentration,
right?
And so now your question is, how do we figure out the threshold to target at where we're going to have sufficient discrimination against the presence of this particular chemical at a sufficient concentration where we're going to have a measurable impact on whatever, right? Mm-hmm. Without hitting all of the other cells that we don't want that also have this chemical too at a lower concentration. I'm sorry, but good luck with that one.
Yeah, that's a tall order. Could you not just take measurements from different types of cell types and kind of measure? I don't know.
Okay, well, now you're doing this in vitro, right? So are you using immortalized cell lines?
Yeah, that's the issue. You can't do it intravenous. You can't do it you can't do it in vivo easily because we don't have the type of molecular technology you would really need to measure that type of
Also,
thing.
let me tell you something. You want to do an aging study in mice? Do you want to know how much that's going to cost? It's
Quite
not
a bit.
cheap.
Yeah, quite a bit. But
And again,
yeah.
Go ahead.
So suppose we did have a sufficiently large enough data set to acquire information on concentration and all that. Do you think even then, even if we did have the silver bullet, so to speak, that would put us at a higher at a significantly higher position than where we are now to begin extending aging by a significant factor?
Yeah, it would. Well, okay, again, I can extend your lifespan by a significant factor right now. Eat less.
Yeah, don't become. Well, I shouldn't mention her name on here, but yeah.
Right.
Just eat less. Right. Talk to your doctor about it first. Again, I'm not a medical professional, but
yeah.
Every other day fasting is modestly well tolerated for many people. You're going to have some mild issues with aggression. That's pretty typical. People don't usually like it at first, but you'll get used to it, and then you'll live longer. Sure.
So wait.
I mean, you won't stick with it because it's annoying and frustrating, and everybody
your
hates
life will suck longer.
Yeah, you will have a lower quality of life, but it will be a longer one.
Yeah. Well, okay, I guess at first you could do some fasting exercise. Like you could use a combination of things. Obviously, you can't use fasting to lose 20 pounds. You know what I mean? That's what you got to do, like a combination of things.
It's about losing weight. It's not so the issue is not being fat, right? Like the issue is how that fat got onto your body, right? The fat was not magicked onto your body.
Well, no, I'm not saying it was magicked.
It was processed by your body from the food that you ate.
Yeah, it's basically reserved energy. In order to use that energy, you either need to eat less and exercise more, or go for walks.
Yeah, so you're missing my point. You're missing my point. Is that the people don't like being fat, right?
Some people do.
Most people don't like being fat.
Fair enough.
So they want to lose weight, and that's fine. Being fat is bad for your joints, right? The presence of high amounts of adipocytes can suppress various things. That's not great for
it's
your health.
It's bad for your mental health either. Also, yeah.
But again, all of this is separate from what I'm talking about, right? Because what I'm talking about is, like, imagine that you're gonna eat 10,000 calories a day, right? But you're on the I can't remember the name of the expedition to Antarctica, but if you're there, you have to eat 10,000 calories a day, right? Because you're going to use it.
Yeah.
You're going to live a much shorter life. You're not going to be fat, but the fact that your body processed that many calories for that long is bad for your body.
Well, yeah,
it's not a good thing.
Well, yeah, because
it has nothing to do with being fat. Being fat is also bad, right? You want to avoid that too, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm just talking about the fact that processing all of those calories is itself independently bad for your body.
Well, yeah, because your cells, the processes that do that wear down. Like the example you gave, if you're in Antarctica or whatever, you eat 10,000 calories, your body, the processes in your body are working. Number out of my ass, 10,000 times more than they regularly would. So you eventually shorten your lifespan because your body it's fat. You get the point. Your body's put into overdrive to process the calories.
I think one way of I think one way of kind of summarizing Christopher's point is perhaps that metabolism itself can be a very high-risk game.
Yes, that's the point.
Yeah, well, that's because the higher your metabolism, the more oxygen you're pulling down.
Yeah.
Oxygen's not great for the body. Not having oxygen is also bad, but different reasons.
And that's fucking ironic, isn't it? That's like a paradox. You need oxygen to survive, but it also kills you.
Well, oxygen's
Well,
kind
yes,
of
life will always kill you.
oxygen's kind of a peculiar choice for nature to have settled on. Well, parts of nature to have settled on for being the electron acceptor of choice in terms of how we use it.
It's not a lot of choice at all.
Can I turn myself into a cyborg and live forever that way?
I mean, it's kind of a.
Well, I mean,
there's cost.
Turning yourself into a cyborg is easy.
I mean, there's cost to choosing oxygen as a universal acceptor.
Yeah,
except that it's really good at it.
Well, yeah, no, but don't you? This is probably a poor analogy, but don't you essentially rust from the inside out? Oxidation.
Well, so that's the point.
As I said, poor analogy, but you get the point.
Well,
no,
that is the point, though.
So the point of oxidation is that you've got higher energy species going to lower energy species, and you can capture some of that in between, right? So the point of respiration basically is that you're going to end up with a lot of energy released. And oxygen's great at doing that. It's real good at that job. Not much out there that can oxidize oxygen. It's only a few things.
Yeah,
you don't want to be around any of them.
No, they're quite dangerous. But you kind of wonder why didn't. Well,
because there's not much of it.
Yeah. Well, plants did settle on nitrogen to be an acceptor of electrons as well, but that's a very hard process.
I mean, yeah, and it's not much of it either. I mean, sulfur was a big one for a while, which sulfur obviously has very similar chemical properties to oxygen. So
yeah.
So it's funny that we're not. It's funny that we're not sulfur based.
Well, it's not, because do you know how much oxygen there is on Earth?
Not off the top of my head.
There's that, but there's also the fact that d orbitals exist in sulfur, and that kind of muddies up chemistry.
Well, no, but the point is that there's a couple orders of magnitude more oxygen than there is sulfur.
Fair enough.
How much nitrogen is there relative to oxygen?
Well, yeah, that's the thing. Are we technically breathing in nitrogen as well as oxygen?
So there's more oxygen. There's more nitrogen in the atmosphere, but there is much more oxygen on Earth.
So if I'm
because most rocks are mostly oxygen.
Yeah. So if I'm not mischaracterizing you, it's not the fact that. So you think life chose oxygen more so because oxygen is much more abundant and less because of the kind of medical for it, or
chose is a poor word, but I get what you mean.
It's a combination of the two. It's that if there are equal amounts of sulfur and oxygen, I still think life would go with oxygen. But because sulfur is not. It's not really better. I mean, it's not better.
Well, I was thinking of nitrogen and oxygen. I'm sorry if I misphrased that.
Nitrogen's worse.
Well, yeah, nitrogen's very hard to convert to.
Yeah, ammonia. No, I mean, oxygen's. I can't think of anything better. There's a few things that are stronger, but they're exceedingly rare.
Yeah, that's true. Nitrogen, I mean, I remember when I was studying biochem too, it's
and you don't have the orbitals with those.
Yeah.
So So yeah, even though they're stronger, even if you had a lot of it in the environment, it would still be a poor choice.
Yeah, because it's very hard to tear down that initial.
Yeah,
at least
no, it's oxygen's just a great choice. It's just like why do we use carbon?
Yeah.
It works. It works real well, and there's a lot of it. And what are we talking about? Doesn't make any. I don't understand the point of you can make some intermolecular bonds with some other elements, but they're crappy.
Well,
it's the same with oxygen in terms of the oxidation. There's a lot of it, and it does what it does really well.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, I'll let you go next, but that and there's this kind of tendency for carbon to remain, I don't know, geometrically confined with respect to its cousins. Silicon, for instance, and partially again because of the fact that d orbitals exists, it produces rather exotic structures in terms of the types of bonds it wants to form and crystalline structures it prefers to adopt. That and silicon is very, very oxophilic.
Yeah, that and the structures are insanely stable. Like the melt temps on them are not great.
Yeah, those bonds are extremely hard to break.
You'd be hard pressed to have an enzyme good enough to do anything with it.
Yeah, that's true.
Again, this is people. One of the things I always hear people talk about is oh, but these bonds, they're so unstable, they're so easily broken. It's well, they're harder to break than a lot of stuff, but you don't want them impossible to break either, because you can't have life.
Well, you don't want. Let's put it this way, right? You don't want the energy an enzyme is putting out to be greater than that of a volcano that's erupting in order to get one reaction to start going forward. If you had silicon-based life, for instance.
Yeah, I mean, silicon-based life would be too slow.
Well,
you could probably do it, but the reaction rates would be such that it would just be it would be a crawl.
Well, I think the issue with silicon-based life is the fact that even if you did have some enzyme to significantly lower the activation energy, the issue you would have, I think, is the rate of overall transformations that can be made, and the fact that silicon can be a nasty element to try and fixate into the right form.
So let's remember that it wouldn't be at standard temperature and pressure, right?
No, it wouldn't be.
So who knows what kind of exotic environment we're talking about?
Yeah. Plus, it's hard to imagine that if silicon-based life did form, which I think it's just entirely impossible. Even if it did, I don't think it could diversify very much in the types of ecosystems that would be supportive or habitable to it.
This is something that comes up a lot, which is I don't know if you've ever heard the expression carbon chauvinist.
No, it sounds familiar, but I don't know if I'm familiar.
It's basically the idea that you have all of these futurists and science fiction writers who are they were making the assumption that life would be like it is on Earth, and then you would have other ones who came back at that and said that this is just carbon chauvinism. That oh, why do you think it's going to be like it is on Earth? It could be silicon based. It could be it could be based in ammonia. It could be this or that or whatever else it might be, right? And just yeah, it could, but it's not gonna be.
Well, that's actually something I'm more fascinated by necessarily. If you did have carbon-based life, but the solvent wasn't water, if it was ammonia or something,
you need it to be either strongly polar or extremely non-polar.
Ammonia is fairly polar, though, isn't it?
Yeah, or you do cold methane or something, which was extremely non-polar. And that could also work. The point is that you need to be able to make a distinction, right? Like you can't have something that's kind of maybe sort of polar. That's no good. But then the big thing is, and so here's the major point. Why should it be water? Well, it should be water because there's a lot of water in the universe. It's the most common non-diatomic molecule in the universe.
Yeah, that's fair.
And oh, by the way, it's extremely polar. It's got a reasonable triple point. It's got it can be both an acid and a base. That's amazing, right?
Its natural state of matter is liquid, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, I mean,
for biological consideration, let me clarify.
Well, yeah, I mean, whatever we're talking about as the solvent for biology would be a liquid for it to be the solvent of biology.
Well, at normal ambient temperature, water's a liquid.
It would be the normal ambient temperature for that biology.
Yeah, I mean,
it wouldn't be the normal ambient temperature for us necessarily, but it would be for them, because otherwise it's not a solvent for that biology. But the point is that it's extremely common. It's got a bunch of really useful properties, and while there are other chemicals that have these sets of properties, they're not as common. And then you've got to have something dissolved in that solvent. And what could that be? Well, what's really common other than water? Well, there's a lot of nitrogen and a lot of carbon out there. Nitrogen's useful for some stuff. Not so great for making long chains, but carbon's great for that. So probably carbon for most of the work. Throw some nitrogen in there. Why not? Makes for some useful chemicals. And there you have it. What else is left? That's carbon and water. That's what we're going to be working with. I'm not saying there's nothing else out there. I'm saying
no.
Probably mostly that. Mostly that.
I would agree. I mean, I think life kind of in a way biases itself towards using carbon and carbon, oxygen, and nitrogen as the trifecta for how to build a cell.
Well, yeah, and again, remember that what we're really looking for here is we need to move. We need to do two things. We need things that can play well with electrons, and we need things that can play well with protons, because that's most of chemistry.
Well, and you need things that will be willing to give up those electrons and protons, because otherwise you don't have a system that's gonna.
Right. And so, what plays really well with hydrogen, oxygen, and carbon?
Yep.
And like and nitrogen can add in a bunch of interesting properties in terms of the electrostatics that you can't get with just oxygen. And again, there's a lot of nitrogen out there, so this is all great. Do we really need sulfur? I think sulfur can be useful. Doesn't hurt. Phosphorus is great. Phosphorus is definitely useful. I think phosphorus we'd probably need. Sulfur we could probably do without, maybe. But I think, though, that sulfur ends up getting really useful for certain early forms of life that maybe have a little bit of problems with oxygen on occasion. And then it just gets incorporated into the system and sticks around.
That's probably a safe speculation, given that the first life was more than likely not tolerant of oxygen at all, anoxic.
Yeah, right. Well, I mean, there would have been some oxygen, just not molecular oxygen.
Yeah, it would have been trapped in clays in terms of like iron oxides.
Which, by the way, fun fact: almost all simple peptides have affinity for molecular oxygen, regardless of sequence. Can't imagine why making peptides would be useful.
Isn't that something?
So does that increase the likelihood that most life forms are going to be kind of needing oxygen to breathe later on, or in other planets, let's say? That's a hypothetical question.
No, I mean, so it means that it means that we would expect that biology would be based on carbohydrates in a water solvent. Whether they would be so requiring oxygen implies that we've got like active respiration, which I don't think there's any reason to necessarily expect that, other than the fact that obviously it's a really powerful tool, right? Because like you can extract a lot of energy out of molecules with oxygen, and otherwise you would be getting much less energy out of those same molecules. So now I want to actually take back what I just said and say that if we're talking about complex life, then yeah, maybe actually we would expect it to be breathing oxygen.
Well, I think part of that might be because not that oxygen necessarily is a requirement for life, but just it's one of those things where perhaps oxygen is too good to pass out on.
Well, I mean, I think that oxygen. Okay, again, you've failed to make that important distinction between oxygen and molecular oxygen.
Well,
again,
yeah. So
I think that oxygen is going to be required.
You're talking about the oxygen we breathe is mixed with other things like nitrogen and some other stuff. And molecular oxygen.
Yes, that is molecular oxygen. No, molecular oxygen is O2.
Yeah, what I'm referring to is atomic oxygen, oxygen that's kind of being played with by metals and all sorts of weird inorganic complexes that are coordinating with oxygen, atomic
so
oxygen.
you're saying no sugars.
Sugars might be. Sugars definitely
have oxygen.
Sugars have oxygen. There'd be some of them, but they'd be very. I'd imagine they'd be very dilute.
No, I mean my point is that like. So, see, what's your solvent then?
Oh, your solvent is liquid water. Yeah.
Well, then you've got oxygen.
Yeah, you do.
H2O.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is that, yes, I think that almost certainly any life that we find anywhere of any kind of life, is going to use hydrogen, carbon, oxygen as the main drivers of the biochemistry, with a decent amount of nitrogen thrown in there, probably a fair amount of phosphorus, maybe a little bit of sulfur, depending on how things got started for them. I feel like sulfur is probably not as required as the others, but maybe not. Who knows?
So let me formulate my question more precisely. Do you think that, or should we think it reasonable that life, when it develops, figures out how to tap into metallic oxygen?
What? That was more clear?
Metallic oxygen.
So, do you think that when life develops, it should be reasonable that we expect life in one of its properties to be able to convert metallic oxygen into a form of oxygen that's more usable for the purposes of life, like molecular oxygen or other oxygen species that can be converted into the types of oxygen species you need for forming ketones and things like that?
Yeah, so you're going to have to be able to get... So when I feel like when you're saying metallic oxygen, do you mean the oxygen that is involved in metal complexes, right?
Yeah, I mean oxygen that's been sandwiched by God knows what other metals.
Not like oxygen that's at such insane pressures that it's...
No.
Okay, because when you say metallic oxygen,
Yeah,
that
yeah.
in my mind goes to like metallic hydrogen.
Right. No, I just mean oxygen that's trapped within clay.
Yeah, no, you got to get it out of the. Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I mean, maybe they're just scavenging it out of the water, but that seems too inconvenient.
Yeah, if we're talking about oxygen that's like way within the Earth's core, no, that's not going to happen. That's going to stay there.
Well, I doubt there's even any there either. I mean, this would be like.
I mean, it's
in Jupiter or something.
Yeah.
To get metallic oxygen. Yeah. No. So right. So if you just mean like that inorganic oxygen, let's say.
Right. Yeah, that's better.
No, they're gonna have to use some inorganic oxygen. Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Right. So you would see that as a reasonable expectation of life forming.
Yes, I think so. That's probably not what we'd be looking for, because I think that there would be other things that are easier to pick out. But yeah, I would expect so.
Would you say that that's a later stage of evolution, or this kind of pre-evolution?
No, probably you would actually probably need conditions under which this would be happening, sort of abiotically.
Yeah.
For life to happen in the first place.
Right. Yeah. So when you say abiotic, just for clarification, do you mean geochemical processes that are kind of fixating this oxygen, or something?
Probably, yeah. That seems the obvious.
Okay, yeah. Sometimes within abio literature, there's a little bit of ambiguity as to where exactly abiotic chemistry begins, and if that differs at all from geologic chemistry.
Yeah, so abiotic, in my mind, to me, it just means anything that isn't actually biology. But I do see why some people use abiotic to mean systems that are like biological systems, but aren't quite at that level yet.
Yeah,
so simple self-replicators that aren't life yet.
So I think abiotic is a general description of non-biological chemistry in a way. It's referring to geologic chemistry as well as various forms of like photochemistry and
yes, that's absolutely the way I use it.
In UV chemistry and atmospheric chemistry and stuff like that.
Right, but I have seen I've seen some uses of it that are specific to the individual paper. But I think that in terms of like what do you expect somebody to mean when you hear it and you know nothing about them, they just mean not biology.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough. So if we're still talking about abio, do you think ribose is a necessity for the life, or are other sugars still in the ballpark for potential use?
That's a good question. Ribose is, again, it's a pretty good choice. I don't think you can get it done with a 4-carbon.
I don't think you can get a 4-carbon to cyclize very easily.
Yeah, well, you can get it to cyclize, but yeah, no, I mean very easily. Yeah, depending on what you mean by very easily, then yeah, sure. But yeah, well, the major thing is though that it's hard to get the proper stereochemistry from it that'll really. Anyway, yeah, so 5-carbon, 6-carbon's not a great choice, I think, for a couple of reasons that I've seen. Although definitely could do it with 6. But again, if you can do it with 5 or 6, why wouldn't you just do it with 5? So
it's weird though because ribose is a 6-carbon sugar, and for some reason it won out in comparison to the other sugars life had at its disposal.
You said it's a 5 carbon.
It's 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5.
It's a 5 ring, but it's let's see.
No, it's a 5 carbon.
It's a pentose.
Yeah. That's right. I was thinking of the 5 carbon ring, and then the other, or the 5 member ring, and then the other carbon. That's, I believe it's 5 carbon OH. Yeah, you're right though. It is 5. Yeah, 6 carbon sugars would probably end up forming.
So
They
CRISPR,
probably end up forming really weird sugars in terms of like their cyclized forms. I imagine.
Glucose.
Yeah.
how many
Yeah.
6 carbon isomers are found in nature, in life?
That's a good question for Google.
Are we supposed to be watching his back for mountain lions while he's doing this?
What's that?
We're supposed to be watching his back for mountain lions while he's doing this.
Polar bears. Polar bears.
Bears.
Oh,
He's
mountain
not-
lions too now. Okay.
He's not far enough up north for mountain
Which one?
lions. Or not
Which
for,
one?
I mean, for
Let's say
polar
one of the-
bears.
one of the Sam Hell's of Puma.
I do have a post up, a vertical. The horizontal one's just temporarily holding it in place. There's a type of glue in there that adhesive that connects with the cement and the metal at the bottom. There's a metal brace at the bottom of the 4x4. So,
Yeah, by the way, Christopher, I keep forgetting that there's also that beyond that there's furanose and there's furanose and pyranose configurations for for the types of compounds we're talking about for the cyclic forms. Because I'm used to thinking about ribose in terms of its, I believe it's furanose conformation.
Yeah, it's the furanose that we want.
Yeah, not the.
You don't want
not
that.
pyranose.
You want that overhang. You gotta have that overhang.
Yeah, otherwise it might be some pretty interesting steric
Yeah.
restrictions.
So the thing about the 4 carbons is that they don't have that overhang. I don't think they can stably form the furanose. I don't think so. And I think you do need that. But you can certainly get that with a 6 carbon. I think the 6 carbon's just fine.
Yeah.
But again, if you can do it with 5, why would you do it with 6? It doesn't make any sense. So you just save yourself a carbon.
Yeah, the only reason it might not do that is if for some reason there's some kind of chemistry that favors 6 carbon.
Oh, sure.
Favors 6 carbon species instead of 5 carbon species.
Yeah, so this is one of the. I'm not gonna. This is not a hill I'm gonna die on. I mean, this is.
No, I know. I was just raising that as a potential explanation for why they might emerge.
Yeah. So 4 would be surprising. I think it might be possible, but it's unlikely. Anything more than that is possible, but the more carbons you slap on there, the less likely it is because you've got bigger molecules and potential issues. 5 or 6, I think sure. Either way, you find either one, you're going to go into it thinking 80-20, right? That it's going to be 5 versus 6, but
yeah,
it's a
fair
6.
enough.
Neat.
I think the answer to the isomer question is like almost all of them are found in some place in nature, except for just a couple, I think.
So I think Jack Sostak, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, he did experiments on the rates of replication for non-canonical nucleotide-based systems. I believe it was Arabinos, and there's another one he used. There's Arabinos, and there's another one he used. I can't remember its name. I'm sorry. But the long and short of the story was in terms of template replication, the ability of ribose to autocatalytically replicate. It turns out ribose is the best out of the other 2 that are being tested. And
Yeah, it
those are
doesn't surprise me.
being Arabinos and I forget what the other one was.
Arabinos.
I'm just trying to catch up on what Otangelo has been saying in the.
Oh my God, he's talking about what the hell was it? Some enzyme had to be present, otherwise life couldn't have happened.
I do agree.
Yeah, no, he's just not right about that.
Superoxide-Dimutase or dismutase. Yeah. He always finds like some little gotcha for life.
I think it's more so surprising in the context that, from what I recall, ribose is very easy to break apart in its cyclic form, whereas the other sugars are a little bit more stable to hydrolysis. Or less hydrolysis.
Yeah, I mean, so I don't have the full catalog of how all of this works in my head, but it's an interesting question. One of the things that's always of interest is the extent to which stability is actually bad, because I think that's something that often gets overlooked. Is that, again, just like we're talking with silicon, you don't want really stable. You want kind of stable.
You don't want a replicator that it takes 1,000,000 years to replicate, but you also don't want a replicator that just never stops replicating either. There's kind of in a way, a Goldilocks parameter on what's acceptable replication rate.
Why? That's when you've got a respiratory pathway in E. coli, which you would not have at the beginning of life. This shouldn't need to be told to you.
Superoxide Dismutase is it's a very reactive compound. It'll mess some shit up.
What the hell did I do with my papers?
I don't think there was any SOD on the early Earth. I can confidently say that.
Son of a bitch.
And if there was, you don't want to be anywhere near close to it. Well, interestingly, that's exhausted the A-bio stuff unless Brainbug has the phosphorus fixation paper he wants to bring back.
Oh, no, I think that's going to be probably a whole day. Well, I think Speed is planning on doing that for the weather report anyway, finishing that up.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, it's not a weather report tomorrow. We're doing a paper trails tomorrow, too. And that's going to be... Huh?
Oh, by the way, hey, just because I gotta keep talking on a regular basis. That Maddox is going live too right now, right?
He is live, yeah. Yeah, he's been live for a while.
He's got about double the viewers that you have with about 4 times the subscribers.
Yeah, it pays to be a prick.
No, he's doing worse though. Also, this is a special show for him, whereas this is just like a normal thing for you.
Yeah.
Yeah. By the way, Christopher, I do know your time is valuable, and I'm sorry if some of the questions I asked were stupid or just very.
What? No, I was making fun of myself that I have to be the one talking the entire time.
No, you all were talking. The stuff you all were saying was super interesting, but it was like way over my head, so I was just listening and trying to keep up. Just yeah.
No, I know. I was just referring to the conversation overall.
Oh, let's see. What am I?
It's great to hear you guys actually talking about this stuff and kind of refuting some of these buzzword posts that our buddy Otangelo likes to paste up there.
I think there's one thing me and Christopher can both agree upon, and hopefully it's obvious by the language we're using, is that abiogenesis is far from a simple field, and the stuff we're talking about is not even close to the full extent for which abiogenesis needs to be explored.
It's a hard problem.
Models. Yeah, it's so these.
There's.
I heard you guys mentioning John Maddox.
Oh, you're just making fun of him.
Yeah, I'm going to be in a debate with him on March 27th, a modern day debate.
Really?
Hey, you should practice your pretentious prick speech.
Yeah.
Can you figure out a way that you could The thing is, I can't even force myself to sound like that much of an asshole.
I'm going to need a lot of help with that.
I practice every day.
Like, what is the most pretentious word I could use for every single word in every single sentence? And I'm not going to think about it beforehand. I'm going to spend 15 seconds thinking of that word and then say it. And then another 15-second pause and then say the next word.
Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah.
That's the way he talks.
Yeah.
I've had so few
like a normal person.
Yeah, I've only had a few interactions with them, but I didn't find them easy. That's for sure.
You're going to have a good time.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, it's territory I'm familiar with. It's we finally agreed on a topic. Is atheism the rational conclusion of skepticism? So that should be a fairly straightforward one for me. But I'm curious to see how he tries to push the other end of that.
I'm just going to tell you information theory. So just that's what it's going to be.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Turing test and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, for me, I think I would answer that question no, actually. I don't think skepticism necessarily leads one to atheism.
I didn't say leads, it's a natural conclusion. If you're applying skepticism objectively, then the result is that you're not believing for or against deities existing. It's back to still, wait, I don't know.
So it seems to me that you hear people arguing about the proper way to define atheism, and it gets kind of annoying. But
yeah.
it seems to me like the secret sauce that's in there is the rejection of other people's beliefs. It's not.
No, that's not necessarily skepticism. Skepticism is more.
No, I'm saying atheism. I'm saying atheism, not skepticism. Right. So and so people who say that like just not believing in God is no, that's not an atheist.
Yeah,
it's
not believing in deities. That's the approach that I use. I'm well known for that. Yep.
Yeah, the secret sauce is that it's not that you take the opposite position either. It's not that you say that the God doesn't exist.
Right.
It's just that you hear the evidence and you say, that evidence is silly. I reject that evidence.
I don't accept the proposition. Doesn't mean that I'm taking the opposite stance. Right.
But so it's not mere lack of belief. And so to that point,
it is for me.
Well, no, but it's not mere lack of belief. It's considered lack of belief.
Not necessarily considered. Well, somebody on
an island who's never heard of God has a mere lack of belief in God.
That's implicit. That would be implicit.
Right. But they're not an atheist though, because they have nothing to reject. No, they're a non-theist.
Yeah, that's the same as atheist. Yeah, and that's what I'll be.
No, that's not quite true.
Yeah.
It's not. I don't really want to get into it. But
we all know that you're not disagreeing.
Potato?
Yeah,
exactly.
It's the thing about can rocks be atheists, and the answer is no.
I think
why not? Why not?
I got to clarify here. This is a point of confusion for a lot of people because there's a distinction between explicitly not believing and implicitly. So the rocks, of course, it's implicit because they're not capable of believing anything or not believing something. There's no consciousness there, so it would only be implicit at best, which is not really the area that I'm going for in this debate coming up.
It's more so that a rock can't express a propositional attitude towards a claim.
Yeah, that requires a presumption of a lot more cognition than is necessary for a rock, though.
I mean,
rocks are like
that
Buddha.
The point?
That's why it's implicit, not explicit. Yeah.
Right. This is why the point that I was making is that when people, if you look at the way that people talk about what it means that they're an atheist or that somebody else is an atheist or whatever else, both currently and historically, but mostly currently, they don't mean mere lack of belief.
I disagree with you on this.
They mean rejection of the other beliefs.
Yeah, I don't agree with you on this because my experience has been quite the opposite of what you're stating here, and my research has shown me quite the opposite of what you're stating. So
that most people just have a lack of belief. That's
yeah,
what the
well,
reason is.
we're born not believing in deities, as far as I can tell.
Right.
Philosophical concept of tabula rasa. So
Yes, and at that point, you're not an atheist because you haven't yet you haven't been exposed to the belief to reject it. So
I don't need to be exposed to the. I don't have to reject it. If I don't accept it, that's already sufficient.
that would be a non-theist.
Which is the same as atheist. They're
It is
synonyms.
No, they're not.
Christopher, you understand that you're not disagreeing with him. You
Yeah,
understand
not
that,
really.
right?
It's just a matter of
Yeah.
words.
There's a fine point being expressed here that there is an extra requirement of considering a proposition and then rejecting it.
Are we really having this
rejection goes a bit
conversation?
too far. Not accepting it should be sufficient, and that's typical with propositions, as I understand it.
And I think
Put a one in the live chat if you want to continue a conversation about the definition of atheism, because
Yeah.
I don't.
What,
Yeah,
what
no,
do you
I'm
put there if you
actually-
don't?
Yeah, I'm interested in moving on to another subject too. Yeah.
How do we
Okay.
reject
I
it?
didn't mean for this to come up. I just wanted to mention
No.
this is what I'm debating with John Maddox, and that's because you
Yeah.
guys have mentioned John Maddox.
So
I'll bring up one, and that would be: do you think empirical evidence can be sufficient to determine whether or not a god does or does not exist?
I
It
think
depends
so.
on what that empirical evidence is.
Well,
But yes, I do think that there is a possibility for that. I can't
I
rule
don't
it.
think there is.
I agree
mean,
with Dan on this one.
So I
Wouldn't-
think that
wouldn't-
the answer. Okay, I'll real fast. The answer is yes, if we're talking about a god that wants us to know that it exists. Otherwise,
No, not even. Not even.
It
Well,
doesn't even
wouldn't,
need to intend it. It
yeah,
can be
wouldn't-
sloppy and make a mistake and expose itself without.
No,
it
you
knowing.
can grant all the empirical claims in the Bible that wouldn't establish a god.
Oh, you're talking
Yeah.
about the Christian God. Sorry,
Any
I thought you were
god,
talking
any
about-
god, any god.
What about goddesses? Them too?
Well, yeah, any goddesses, any minds.
Any
I
god,
want
goddess,
Eric to get a word in.
gods,
She was trying to
non-human
say something.
gods.
She hasn't got to say a word since she's been in here.
No, it's
Oh,
a-
Yeah.
this is
Yeah,
not
well-
at all. This is not at all my forte, anyways.
What did,
I
what did she want to say?
No,
No,
the
go
only
ahead.
the only thing I was going to propose was that typically, at least in my eyes, right, like if something is supernatural, it's metaphysical, right? So it tends to not be something that can be measured. Otherwise, it would be natural and would cease to be a god, I guess. I don't, but again, I guess it depends on your definition.
Yeah, it seems
Yeah.
like you're agreeing with Immutable and I.
Yeah, I
think
guess.
I
Yeah.
want to on Christopher's point a little bit, and that is, if a god were to exist, I don't think one does naturally. But if a god were to exist, do you not think it would be possible for him to make it possible for us to know that he exists by means of using philosophy?
Yeah.
Are you talking to me?
Well, not
Are you
not just philosophy, but there's a lot of things that a god could do to intervene in the world.
I don't
I
know
was
what
trying-
you mean by no.
Given how
sentence.
egocentric a lot of these deities are, I would expect them to want to make
Yes.
themselves detectable.
Yeah. Kind of like
there are only
yeah,
two
that's
ways
all.
I can think of, right? That you have to accept a kind of externalist view of justification. That might be a way of coming to know God. But then you're not going to be able to appeal to your justification because you don't have access to it. Externalism is weird. Or you can say that it's a matter of perception, that there's a mind in the world that causes you to believe that there's a mind in the world, but it's not a kind of thing, physical thing that establishes that cause-effect relationship. So you're justified, but not reasonably justified, because there are different kinds of justifications, right? When you look outside and see a tree, you're not reasonably justified in seeing there's a tree. You're justified perceptually.
See, I think we should all be really impressed by the fact that Danny can talk like a prick, but he can do it without the long pauses that Maddox needs.
I don't think that's the case, but
Danny does a good job of being a prick.
you got that opinion.
Wait, that's what y'all
No,
got from that? Y'all want to talk about how I was talking? Y'all are so boring.
No, I didn't take that. Actually, I was going to add quite a while ago on Twitter, somebody was asking, you atheists, what will it take to prove God? And their God being omniscient and omnipotent and etc. I responded that what it would take is about a week for me to have omniscience and omnipotence to try it out for myself, kind of like a test drive, and confirm for myself that it's real. That's what it would take for me.
Why don't they just ask God? Why are they asking you?
Look, I understand what you're saying, Randolph. There are certain things that would just cause me to believe. Like for instance, I'll tell you, like this is a thing that's kind of bothering me. But if I found out we were in the center of the universe, that might convince me. Even though I understand that's not justification, I just would be kind of caused to believe.
You're making an assumption that if we're in the center of the universe, that should be proof for it.
Oh, I'm not.
Can you?
He literally said he wasn't.
No, I literally said no.
If we happen to be the exact center of the universe, you would also have to rule out, to be a proper skeptic, to rule out the possibility of that being coincidental, I think.
Well, look, I understand. They're equally as likely, or they're equally as, quote unquote, justified. I'm just saying that it would cause me to believe.
Wouldn't cause.
He didn't say it was a good reason. He just said he would.
Yeah, like it would just be a belief. It wouldn't be knowledge, right?
I think in terms of like empirical claims, the reason we may not be able to demonstrate a God exists might be the same reason you can't demonstrate the third dimension of space to an ant.
In principle,
our brains are only designed to have so many sensory functions for us to pick up information from our universe. So,
you think there's a contradiction there, Mutable?
Well, I'm not saying there's a contradiction necessarily. I'm saying that perhaps it's the case that God manifests himself in some kind of higher dimensional like plane of existence. Maybe that's a fourth dimension. Maybe that's something else. But the way in which God acts in four-dimensional space is completely natural to him, right? And it does have some component of three-dimensional space attached to it, because you can't have four-dimensional space without three-dimensional space. But beings in three-dimensional space can't observe what's occurring in four-dimensional space. We're just not on the same metric, if you will.
Doesn't that seem to be a contingent fact?
Yeah, in that case, I guess I would. Yeah, it would be a contingent fact.
But I mean, you could say, you can conditionalize it that if, but it's just going to be kind of trivial, right? Like if you're a third dimensional kind of being, you're not going to be able to interpret things that happen in the fourth dimension. But you could, that's fine.
Yeah, if we live in a three-dimensional space and God happens to exist in a space that's higher dimensional than our three-dimensional space, of course, we wouldn't be able to observe the effects of that kind of being on.
Yeah.
Well, from our observation in a three-dimensional world.
Can I clarify why we're living in a three-dimensional space and not a four-dimensional space? Because aren't we aware of time too?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
I'm just asking you. I was just wondering why you were just referring to the just up to three dimensions.
I consider time kind of an implicit dimension. I understand things in terms of how they change, and so I don't think it's necessary to really quantify time as its own dimension. I was just naming three dimensions of space just because of the way in which we understand conventional dimensions.
And I think there's a lot of confusion from this because there's time is very often expressed as a dimension out of convenience. It looks like more to me than anything, because I don't see anything that can actually, as shown and demonstrated in science fiction movies and books and whatnot, that we can willfully move forward and backward in it as easily as we can, if at all, as we can in the other three physical dimensions. Yeah.
Sure. So if you want to go that way, then when I was using 4D space as an example, just switch that to 5D space, and the initial reference frame being
exactly
being four dimensions, and switch what I was saying to be 5D space instead of 4D, because our reference frame to be 3 dimensions of space, 1 dimension at a time, and God may live in 4-dimensional space and 1 dimension at a time, for instance.
I thought God was supposed to be timeless.
Craig's view is that he enters time, though.
It's hard to get a straight picture from Christians about what their God is and how their God interacts with things. But yeah, if that were the case, do you think empirical evidence would still be an appropriate metric to try and determine if a God does or does not exist?
Do you think that there's any ways to measure anything besides empirical methods?
Measure or no?
to measure. Let's start with measure, and we'll work our way up to know.
I think measure can only be used in regards to probability, and perhaps, but not in a fashion that's a priori.
Here's a question: do you think you measure the weight of your desire?
Do I think I measure the weight of my desires?
Yeah.
Does that mean, do I measure how desirable something is relative to something else?
Sure.
Yes, in that case.
I wonder what sense of measure is being used there.
I think you can balance out in your brain which desire, if you're choosing between two things, which desire will bring you more pleasure. Yeah, I think you can weigh that.
Do you think you measure how something feels, like how the degree of pain or pleasure or red or hot and cold? Do you think those are all measurements?
Yeah, but I think those would be like your own subjective measurements. I don't think that those are measurements that you could.
But you see, the point of me asking that is that isn't, by definition, the weight of your desire subjective?
Well, I don't think it's possible for it to be any other way. I don't think it's possible in an objective frame of.
I don't see why that would matter.
Of say chocolate being more objectively pleasurable than vanilla or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah.
Metric you would use to begin kind of quantifying that.
Why wouldn't you ask the same question of the weight of your desires?
Clarify that a little bit. I think I know what you're asking, but
yeah. So you can weigh your reasons. There's a sense in which you can weigh your reasons. Some people reject this, by the way, but I'm not aware of their arguments. But the idea is that the heavier desire wins out. So if you're deciding between reading a book and watching a movie, the weight of the desire to watch a movie is greater until you watch the movie. Now, the thing is that in quote unquote measuring that weight, is that the first question is that univocal or equivocal? Meaning that is it
in this case
univocal? Is it the same sense of measure as when you measure the amount of milliliters in a bottle?
I think it'd be more along the lines of the same type of measurement you do when you measure somebody's heartbeat. It would be more of a measurement of.
You mean like the number of beats per second?
No, I mean like the way that it's registering, the way one registers compared to the other, which causes more stimulation. Which option causes more stimulation to your mind? I guess.
Yeah, there's no way that it would work like measuring the amount of milliliters in a liquid. It's not wired that way.
Be a measure
then it's equivocal,
right?
If you're talking about a choice, basically between doing two different things, that's done with. There's like a whole mechanism for that in your brain.
So you think it's univocal?
So I think in our case it's equivocal.
Okay, well then I have nothing to say. I don't really, because I think it might be. I think it's equivocal as well, and I don't really know how to explicate that sense of measure.
Okay.
Were you hoping to find some friction there to dig our heels into?
No, it was actually rather uncontroversial, I think.
Yeah. Not that that's a bad thing. Having some friction keeps people entertained.
But I mean, I think a question you could ask that's on a similar key to that is, do we choose our beliefs? And I think the answer, in my case, to that would be no.
Yeah, I think that's a notion called doxastic voluntarism. And I don't see a problem with the view.
So does that mean that you accept what you're exposed to? Is that basically what that comes down to, Danny? What you just said?
What doxastic voluntarism is?
Yeah.
Just means you can choose your beliefs.
No. Okay. Thank you for clarification.
Yeah, but I think that I don't see a problem with doxastic voluntarism.
I think it would boil down. This is a different conversation for a different day, but I think it comes down to, in what sense of the word, a choice is meant.
A choice? Really? That's not the word I would have thought you would have said. I would have said what you mean by can.
Well, can't just means a negation of something, right? There's a particular obligation that there's some kind of metaphysical obligation you have, or a metaethical obligation you have to reject a particular belief over another, right? It doesn't seem to be a very objectionable quality to me.
Well, are you using the logical sense? Like if something's impossible, it can't happen. So are you saying that it's impossible for you to choose your beliefs?
Yeah,
I think you can modify your beliefs, but I'm not sure if you could just make a choice and start believing in something instantly.
Yeah, so
you could make it in a moment, but there are things that you can do that will change you in such a way that you could voluntarily start believing something that you had previously decided to believe.
Yeah, you're drawing on something called indirect doxastic voluntarism, which is like if I wanted to have beliefs about what 396 times 5 is, then I have some control over that. I can put it in a calculator and come to the right answer. And so there I chose to believe something, the solution of that expression, mathematical expression. That's indirect. I think what people are really, where the intuitions are completely lost, or something like what you were saying, where like, could I make myself believe right now that Krishna is the one true God? Yeah,
I don't think so.
But you see, there we don't want to conflate with I don't know how to change my belief at this given moment versus I can't change my belief in this given moment.
Instantaneously? I don't think it would be possible to do it instantaneously.
Then there's got to be a contradiction, or you're using a different notion of can't.
Can't would not be possible. Your brain is not capable of doing that, of just choosing a belief, unless it was some really, some edge case or something. But in order, like for me to start believing in Christianity, would take several days, because the network behind the belief disposition is far more complexly integrated, right? So I couldn't just like change on a dime and start believing in something.
I think the only way you could formulate a contradiction out of this is if what you mean by you is a particular set of beliefs that if you were to change, you wouldn't be you anymore. So like you identify with being a scientist, like doing atheism shows, all this stuff, right? There's things that you have certain beliefs about your family and your loved ones and whatever. And then how do you change those beliefs? Well, if it's the case that in order to change those beliefs to other beliefs, you just wouldn't be you anymore. So there's like a sense in which you can get a contradiction. But what about something more simply? Like the belief that there's a dragon in your yard, right? Now, the question is there a contradiction in saying that I can believe that right now, right, in the next second or something like that? Now, you can put it trivially. You can say, because I don't know how, if knowledge how requires that I can, I don't have the knowledge how, therefore I can't, sure. But then it's just, now the question becomes, why is it impossible that you can have those beliefs or that sort of competency level to know how to do that in a given moment? And there, I don't see a contradiction.
I don't know why you would need an elaborate contradiction. It's a difficult thing. And if a belief is a strong network of dispositions in your brain involving some plasticity, then it's not possible to just suddenly change that, because you cannot change the wiring in your brain voluntarily. So that's
so you're saying it's physically impossible then?
I think it's
like jumping. It's like jumping over the moon or something.
There's something like, okay, if I were to say, okay, I believe there's a coyote in my backyard. Okay, it's not a dragon, but a coyote, which is a possibility. Okay, I could. That's more of a temporary thing, and there is some ability to temporarily rewire parts of your immediate memory, so that I could very simply change that. Okay, that's in a different part of the brain. That's something called the hippocampus, which you could, I could tell myself that 3 times, and then I would get up and go look, because I would suddenly have changed that. So I mean, but you have to change something about your brain in order to change a belief, and that's going to take some skill. That's going to take some gymnastics with what.
Yeah, I can grant that for sake of argument, right? I just don't see. I don't even see a physical impossibility.
Well, it's physically impossible because of the way your brain works.
But that's just to say that the brain is in a way. It just makes it impossible.
The brain makes it impossible, yeah.
But now the question is why?
Well, it makes it difficult.
Well, okay, yeah, but if it's difficult, that allows for the possibility.
Difficult doesn't necessarily entail probability 0.
But on the other hand, though, if you were schizophrenic, that may be your problem exactly that.
Oh, here we go.
But I don't think you actually voluntarily believe the things that a schizophrenic starts, hearing and believing. So I don't know, but there's some. I can't imagine deciding to believe something and just turning it instantly into a solid belief, or what would be a disposition for me to.
Well, I think you narrowed on something interesting. The idea is that it's voluntary. So if you randomly got these beliefs, that wouldn't count as stochastic voluntarism.
Right? When I was a kid, I intentionally believed in an imaginary cat. It used to be a real cat, and then the cat disappeared one day. I guess its owners moved away and took it along, of course. And I started believing that I was seeing it. And I knew deep down that I wasn't seeing it, but I believed it was there.
How long did it take you, though? I mean,
it was a couple of weeks of missing the cat, and then I decided to do it, and I did it.
Okay,
and
but did you do it like
And I did it with the hope that the cat would eventually come back someday. So I kind of deep down knew it wasn't real, but I sure believed it.
Yeah.
But what you're saying kind of is that you forced yourself to believe something false.
Yep. Yes, and that was my conscious choice.
Yeah, me and my friend became Christians when we were 16 years old on purpose, and it took us a bit of doing to attain that.
Christianity is more complicated than a stray cat, so that makes sense.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. So, but I outgrew it.
Well, that's a good thing.
You outgrew it? I don't ever think of it that way.
I was a child, so of course it made sense for me.
Oh, you outgrew the cat.
Yeah, the cat.
Oh, my bad. I thought you said
I've never been religious. I've always been an atheist.
Yeah, I don't really think you like if you outgrow. Like I was a physicalist, I wouldn't say I outgrew it.
Yeah. Different people have different ways of dealing with pretty much everything in life, so that's fine.
So I've always been an atheist too, Randolph, and there aren't too many of us.
I'm going to be starting a show after I get the studio done where I'll be interviewing people who've always been atheists, so I'll have you on as well.
Definitely, yeah.
Are you going to interview people that were Christian up until a couple of years ago?
Neil, the 604 Atheist, is doing them, but I'll have another show where we'll be talking about other interesting things. I'd love to have you.
I'm just asking you to put me on my show, Randolph. Come on.
No, I was just going to say I'd be happy to have you. I'm going to have another show for other topics, so I'd gladly have you on that one. Another topic, interviewing atheists, but I'll have a particular one for people who've always been atheists and talking about what life was like and stuff like that as an atheist, and trying to get a different perspective, because there's so much perspective out there being shared from people who've moved away from religion, which is fantastic. But I want to go after this angle because I think this is an important angle to work on.
I don't know. Like, so Randolph, are you an anti-theist or?
Not really, no.
Okay.
Then
Yeah,
go ahead, Christopher.
I don't think that there are many people who were raised outside of religion who end up being real anti-theists.
That is actually
they seem more like apathetic.
I got to say, that's actually consistent with what I've noticed.
But I'm an anti-theist, so
like I just don't care that much.
Yeah,
like I've seen a whole lot of bad arguments in my life for why other people believe, and I don't believe a word of it. But like, okay, you like it; it makes you feel good about yourself, and I've said my piece about it to you, and we're still friends. So at this point,
that's how I feel.
All right.
So Randolph, David Hayes, he's always in chat as Laurie Hayes. He's also always been an atheist. So
great, yeah, I should add him to the list as well then.
But I'm an anti-theist. I come to anti-theism because of anti-science, basically. And
I'm very strongly anti-creationist, but that's not the same thing.
Me too.
Well, I'm anti-theist because of the same reasons.
I don't
give a shit about the Bible.
Actually, when I was very young, somebody told me, "Oh, I need to read the Bible, and then I'll know." So I started reading. I didn't get very far into Genesis, and I felt like the authors are trying to insult me. So I put the book back and put something else. That was it. That was my effort.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's as far as I got.
Boring as shit.
Well, there's contradictions right off early on. It just didn't make any sense. And I don't need this.
The Bible had contradictions?
Yeah, contradictions. Right in Genesis, there's contradictions. I don't even remember what they were now, but I can look them up. There's tons out there. So
yeah, I did all of that. I just wasn't convinced that there were like.
I think I got the page.
I think it's too hard to establish a contradiction.
I mean, the easiest thing is to just say that it's got different literary styles and it's saying two different things, right? So it's not.
Yeah.
If you're trying to make two different points with two different literary styles, it's not a contradiction because it's not intended to be understood literally, right?
That's why I don't debate biblical stuff, because they can just do that and suddenly my argument goes out the window. I'm not spending tons of time studying a particular interpretation of the Bible, then just bring it to the table.
If somebody wants to say that they're like a strict fundamentalist literalist, right? That's a different conversation, because then they can't do that.
Really?
But
not even for me. I think you can still do those tricks,
sure, maybe
right?
Sometimes.
No, I see what you're saying. They're gonna have to all I can do is I can't. The way I approach those sorts of like biblical stuff is I just ask them, what do you believe? And if I see a contradiction in their beliefs, then I go for it. But I never say, here's an interpretation of the Bible, it's contradictory, you have a problem. Because they can just take a different interpretation.
Right, and the other thing is that it's easy to find. There's a lot of places where there are things that are contradictions absent any crazy, like, unlikely contrary explanation, right?
Are you saying like prima facie
contradictions? Yeah, right. Yeah. So take when Jesus gets pissed at the tree, right? Because that story is given twice, and on one telling it's on the way there, and on the other telling it's on the way back. Now he could have gotten pissed at the tree twice, but that doesn't seem likely. But it could
it's not technically a logical contradiction, and then that's what they're going to tell you, and then you're just kind of like, whatever.
Right, exactly so. Yeah, so I agree. But it's like, I hate it when they do that, because it's just like, I prefer the story of like, well, whether it was going to or back wasn't really the important part of the story, which is what I want them to say, because I want to point out that, like, you're saying that the important part of the story was that Jesus got mad at a tree.
Yeah, Which point, Randolph, you wanted to address Kevin?
Kevin made a point about spiritualism, and he tried to be spiritual-ish. Spiritualism is something that comes up, and people ask, do atheists believe in spirits? And I would say, as long as the spirit isn't dependent on any deities, it's kind of just a spirit without a deity part to it, or a dependency on some kind of other deity, then you're still an atheist, because if you have any kind of belief, direct or indirect, on one or more deities, then you're a theist. That's it. So I've met many atheists who've gone into the spiritualism side in forms that don't involve any deities at all. There are different ideas out there, so it's just a point I wanted to clarify and mention.
I basically hash out spiritualism through physicalism, through a strong physicalism, and sort of turning physicalism of that type, where you end up with spirituality. What you're doing is you're raising up the level of physical to that of human spirituality, and that would be complexity of the universe and patterns and all of that.
Yeah,
so, I mean, that's how I hash it.
And that seems pretty common. I do find some people think the spiritual is just consciousness as well. There's different forms, but the one you're mentioning seems to be the most common type, indeed.
I'm going to leave y'all.
I don't know about that. I think spiritual kind of just means like a particular kind of essence something has, and
okay, the most common I've encountered, I'll say. I need to
Who knows
clarify.
what they mean? It's not a philosophical term.
Perhaps not consciousness necessarily, but perhaps sentience.
Yeah.
You know, the ability of a being to be sentient, perhaps, but not. I don't know if the two necessarily have to be. You know.
I think sentient is just the opposite of spiritualism. I think it fucks it up. Spiritual is basically a living organism, a lived organism, and rationality and the mind and all of these words in our language and the games that pulls you further away from the sense of spirituality. I think my raccoons are perfect spiritual Buddhas. Basically, they're just fine, and I'm
you
further
just fed them, didn't you?
Huh? I fed them.
Well, so I mean, Speed, do you think that like spiritual objects, if they do exist, are containable within physical objects, or
what do you mean? No such thing as a spiritual object. That doesn't make any sense. Spiritual in the way it was derived from breath, from breathing, from being a lived organism. That's spiritual. Being connected to the universe through all of your senses, your body, living, dying, that sort of thing.
Oh, I remember this.
Taking drugs.
This is just like Deepak
Taking
Chopra.
drugs. Yeah, kind of. Well, no, I don't like that fucker. I don't like that fucker.
He's like mumbo jumbo.
He's like mumbo jumbo. Yeah.
He says a lot without saying much.
Yeah, he says a lot.
Oh, that sounds like Jordan Peterson.
Well,
Jordan Peterson every now and then comes up with something, but
exactly. He says a lot, but then there's very little to it.
Yeah. There's very little substance to what he says, despite him like spitting out a thesis every time he talks.
I can't
Jordan
listen to
Peterson
Jordan
is
Peterson.
a marketing machine.
Yeah, yeah. But all of them are, right? All of them. All these conservative, liberal pundits, they're just all pseudo-intellectual, boring, and hard to listen to people.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing I get pissed off with Jordan Peterson, because a few friends, and I don't know why they recommend me these videos, ask me to watch a video or so, and it's like, okay, he's kind of making good points. Okay, can I get to where the conclusion is? I really want the cookie. Like, please tell me where this is going. And he never
Go ahead.
He just like goes on to the next, like to a different thing from a different angle, and it's like, okay, are we still talking about the same thing, or what the fuck happened?
Is he any better now that he's off the drugs, or is he off the drugs?
It's as if he's working from his own metaphoric substrate.
But I actually falling with a time limit. Like, there's a time where he's falling down to the point he wants to get to, and then gravity just shuts off, and he goes right back up. It's like, what the fuck?
Refilled with helium. His balloon, his hot air balloon. I want to debate with him because I take an issue with something he said. I take particular issue with it because of the work I do with the Canadian Atheists. He stated that, and he's a Canadian as well, he stated that atheists are Christians, but that we just don't know it. And I disagree with him. I want to take him on that. And the other one is Matt Dillahunty asked him, so if that's the case, it was a very smart question. The same conversation. Matt immediately followed up with, what would, in his view, a real atheist be like? And he said, like Raskolnikov in the Crime and Punishment novel, and so be around murdering everybody. And so I want to take him up on these issues because I think he's completely wrong about this.
What really surprises me is that I've heard Jordan Peterson talk about certain works of literature and like various ways of interpreting them, and that's interesting. Like, I think he raises kind of interesting points in regards to interpretations of literature, but it surprises me that he draws that conclusion, especially being someone who's apparently like very well read on, ancient. On the writings like of ancient people and the types of dialectics they were writing in and the styles they were writing in.
Oh yeah, it is strange. But he's a Christian. He's a Christian, so he's got that viewpoint in what he says as well.
But that kind of raises a really weird question, though. Like, does he think that these people were just being deceived by God to write these stories and to communicate these values? And
he never comes out and says that, does he?
That is an interesting question, actually.
But
he never comes out and commits to that because he doesn't want to screw up his other base. But
He
isn't it
does-
kind of like Joseph Campbell, with mythology and stuff? I mean,
his thing is, he doesn't want to come out as Christian necessarily because he doesn't want a lot of the labels and a lot of the public opinion that kind of gets tied and knotted in with that.
I'm pretty sure he's an atheist.
Oh, no, he's stated publicly recently that he's Christian, and I've always kind of suspected.
Wait, do you think Deepak Chopra is an atheist?
I don't know what the fuck Deepak
Exactly,
Chopra.
that's how I think about Jordan Peterson.
Well, when it comes to Deepak Chopra, the only way you could find out is to ask the water molecules that have memory.
Well, I think that's
Or
possible.
the quantum.
I don't necessarily disagree with that point. I just think the way he's expressing it is like very, very misleading in a way.
Well, he has weird ways of using scientific terminology.
He just likes to put the word quantum in front of everything.
Yeah.
Oh, he's in love with that word. Yeah.
If what you mean by memory is that there's a tendency for something to return back to a desired state, I can kind of agree with you. But if you mean memory in some kind of like, oh, this one water molecule knew where it was several million years ago, and now it's going to go at war with these other molecules to be back where it wants to be. No, I can't.
Yeah. I got to say something that pissed Kafai off. Ellen Watts was an atheist. He's a secular Buddhist, and I just love Watts. And he's kind of my go-to guy for all of this. But Kafai hates when I call him an atheist.
The weird thing is, like, between Buddhism and Taoism, I find them very interesting to study, and some of their philosophies are kind of useful and interesting. But
I've studied
my
I find them interesting too.
My very brilliant college graduate advisor is so into Buddhism, and he almost relates every philosophical concept to Buddhism. I don't know how he does it.
I do too, I think.
I think there's something kind of profound about certain Buddhist philosophies in a way. They're very... I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but they seem to have they seem to be very true in certain types of ways.
Well, the conversation you guys were having about living forever, basically the Buddhists knew a fuck of a long time ago that if you want to live, you must die.
Are you talking traditional Buddhism or Chinese Buddhism? Because Chinese Buddhism has a lot more of that kind of philosophical insight.
I think when I talk about Buddhism, I usually always mean Zen. Zen Buddhism, which is kind of a secular thing.
And your Buddhist friend not wanting to be called atheist, I understand that, because those both Taoism or Taoism is the correct pronunciation with a D instead of a T, but most people say with a T. And Buddhism are both polytheistic. They have lots of deities, male and female.
Yeah,
I do think the Buddhist or Taoist, though, without adhering to those deities, though, that you can kind of agnostic or kind of...
No, you don't have to follow them. That's the thing. They're not overbearing and egotistical like the Abrahamic faith ones are. So they're much easier to get along with mentally if you're really into that kind of thing. Buddhist deities and Taoist deities. Yeah.
I don't know. I get along with Christians fairly well.
No. I'm saying the deities are very passive generally compared to the Abrahamic faiths, where those deities are very aggressive and very sadistic and very involved and intervening.
To me, though, that's a more natural description of what a deity should be, though. I mean, if you have all this power and influence, why would you be interested if two people of different races are fucking, or if somebody decapitated somebody
well,
else. Something
it boils down to personal character.
But y'all don't take any kind of, and I'm talking to a bunch of heathens here, so y'all don't take any kind of interest in the sort of tale that the New Testament gives, like the idea that God dies for you.
I think it's probably one of the most immoral and morally disgusting stories I've heard.
Oh my gosh, I have a complete opposite view.
I grew up reading a lot of Greek mythology, and so when I read the Bible, I was just really bored. Like these are not good stories. These are terrible stories.
No,
yeah,
I mean,
Hellenic polytheism has a lot of family drama in it. Indeed,
it's like I get what's going on here. I mean, Prometheus, Prometheus, he didn't just die for our sins. He got his liver eaten out every single day. I mean, Jesus got nothing on him.
Oh yeah, family members doing stuff with each other and having affairs and hating each other. It's very political in the family stuff. A lot of family drama. And then you have in the Bible, you look at it and okay, there's a story about Abraham trying to kill his son, and then that's it. It's over. Nothing else. No more information.
Yeah, I think when you kind of detach the whole divine aspect of Jesus from the story of the crucifixion and what that's supposed to mean symbolically, that's actually a very scary moral framework to be kind of operating under in a way. I don't think that the sins of one should excuse other people of their sins.
Well, that's called vicarious redemption, and it's unethical. It's Charlie Manson would love it if somebody could take his place. I'm sure.
I mean, if I've robbed you of like $50 or something like that, I should be apologizing and trying to make amends to you, not to not to God for the type of.
That's not even the point, though, right? So if actually, I it's funny. Hitchens had a point on this, right? Which was, basically that it's one thing to pay somebody's debt if they owe money, right? And you could even, if the justice system isn't particularly thorough, you probably even take responsibility for somebody else's crime, right, and bear the punishment for him.
Yeah, Hitchens had a lot of really important things to say on that.
But you can't make it so that they never did it. And that's what the Christian religion says happens. Effectively.
Except God could have, but apparently didn't.
And it gets worse, because if you don't accept this gift, quote unquote, given to you by the Christians and by God's Son's sacrifice, who's actually God, well, you're in an eternal hot box. So that's kind of.
Yeah, I guess that doesn't bother me, but I actually find a lot of value. I don't know. It's just I'm really enamored by the story.
I mean, if everybody obeyed and lived according to that kind of ethical framework, I think I would not like the world we live in.
That if they threw everybody that was
no, I mean, if people weren't held accountable for their actions, if we treated people as if though. Well, I mean, their actions would be repaid by some kind of.
Let me take a quick run at this for you, Immutable. So, Danny, imagine the following: imagine that the four of us in this room, who aren't you, decided that that what we were going to do is we were going to tie you up to a tree and leave you to die, and in doing so, every bad thing we had ever done is absolved from us. That's not a good ethical system.
You see that as equivalent?
This almost sounds like a self.
I just don't see that as analogous.
This almost sounds like a South Park episode.
I mean, to me, are you saying that
analogous somebody else? Because it Danny, really? Hello.
Can you hear me?
Hello.
Yep.
I'm listening.
Danny,
you're right. It's not quite equivalent. You agreed to it. You agreed to
what?
You agreed that the rest of us should tie you up to the tree and leave you to die to absolve us of our sins.
Oh, I
against other
agree to
people.
it?
Not against you. Not against you. Other people.
Okay, so I sacrifice myself for other people? Is that it? Is that what it is?
No, not for other people. You sacrificed yourself not for us, but to remove the sin. I don't know what sin is, but
wrongdoings.
But so it doesn't remove the effects. It just removes the guilt, I guess. The sort of universal guilt.
Yeah, the blame, I suppose.
Right. Well, I mean, the people we wronged can still blame us, but the universe no longer blames us.
Well, that would just be a different sense of blame.
Right, but so that we know which sense of blame we're talking about the sense of blame that doesn't matter for us living in the world, not the sense that does.
I'm sorry, is this an internal critique?
Kinda, yeah.
Okay, well then, the idea is, I mean, to me it's just, are you saying that, I mean, to me it's just like this, right, that humans aren't, for whatever reason, I don't have the doctrine, I don't have the theology to support what I'm saying, but it goes something like this, that for whatever reason, we are not capable of reaching perfection. God is a perfect being, and so the idea is that our imperfection demands punishment, because I mean, this is just kind of a basic.
This is all bad design on God's part.
Well, no, I agree that the problem of evil works, right? But I'm just saying that let's just pretend God is limited, that his power.
Well, hold on. Just a point of clarification. You could have a universe in which nothing bad ever happened to anyone, but everybody was still imperfect, right? So there's no natural evil, right? And there's no personal evil, right? So nothing bad ever happens to anybody, but they're not
I agree
perfect.
with you that the problem of evil is a good argument against this.
I just removed the problem of evil from the discussion, and
No,
you
they're
would
still bad.
have it be what?
They're still bad.
The people are imperfect, but there's
Yeah, that's
nothing
just
bad
not
ever
bad.
happened. They never do anything to anybody that hurts them, and
But-
nothing ever happens to them.
Well, if it's an internal critique, you understand that God forbids things that don't even have to do with like harming others, right?
Well, yeah, but usually the problem of evil is meant to be why is there why is it that bad things from the human perspective? Why do bad things from the human perspective
No, I think
happen?
there's I don't take that to be simply the problem of evil. I just take it's actually, but I just think of it in terms of these three premises, right? God actualizes everything he should actualize. There are things that should not be actualized. God actualizes all events. That's the problem of evil.
That doesn't sound like any version of it I've ever seen. But,
yeah,
okay.
Yeah, it's one that I formulated myself, and
Okay,
more powerful.
You can imagine that perhaps that using the version you formulated yourself that you've never told any of us in the middle of a conversation is not the best tactic.
I'm telling you that that's probably the most powerful version I'm aware of, the one that I made.
Well, of course you would think that. You'd made it.
That can't not sound narcissistic to.
Well, no, but I've talked to a lot of philosophers, like Stephen Law. I've talked to him for hours, right? Stephen Law is one of the leading philosophers on the problem of evil, right? And I actually got him to think about certain things. So I mean, the point is that the sense of there is a response to the problem of evil. There's certain responses. The way I formulated the premises are such that those responses don't apply anymore. So it's actually more simple. One of these three must be false. Okay, that God actualizes everything he should actualize. That's the first premise. The second premise being there are certain events that ought not to have been actualized. 3, all events were actualized by God. There's a contradiction in those three premises. If you reject the first, what?
Probably the third one.
Yeah, so if you reject that, then God is not sovereign. That's to say God is not all powerful.
Yeah, I don't think he is all powerful. So.
Yeah, then there's no problem with evil.
So again, I agree that what you put forward. So what you put forward there is internally contradictory, which I think is your point. I don't think that what you put forward there is what people are talking about when they talk about the problem of evil.
It's just semantically different.
It may contain within it the problem of evil, right? It could be that the problem of evil is a subset of what you just said.
Do you know one of the biggest reasons why the problem of evil is, like, for somehow years the Christians have been getting around the problem of evil is dodging the meaning of good and evil.
Yeah,
right?
he had a good reason. That's the main way they get around it.
Well, you see, but the idea is that I understand good and evil in terms, very simply, what should happen and should not happen. If you understand good and evil that way, then you just get rid of those terms, and then suddenly they have to deal with something else. So something, the actual, they can't equivocate. They cannot equivocate.
Yeah. I mean, I think that the Christian would take issue with the second premise.
That's to say there are events that should not. That's just to say there's no evil.
Yeah, I think that's probably the position they'd come down to.
Well, yeah, if there's no problem of evil, if there's no evil.
I think that's the position that most Christians seem to take.
Oh, but I don't. I think at that point they're just being dishonest. I mean, they presumably think the Holocaust ought to not have happened.
I mean, I'm not going to disagree with you on that.
But I think, yeah, no, I've heard Christians. No, you're not crazy. Like, I've heard Christians say that just to get around my objection. But then the next day they say stuff like, "Oh, that was horrible," or "This was wrong," and "What you're doing is wrong," and atheists are always doing the wrong things. And then I'm like, "What the hell? What the hell are you doing?" Like,
or the other way that they get around it is by saying that that God should have created humans with free will, and that because humans have free will, they do things that are evil.
Well, then that means that that's rejecting the third premise, right?
Right. No, it is. So he doesn't have
all power.
He doesn't have full sovereignty over what people choose to do.
Yeah, they're giving up on omnipotence.
Right. And so this is basically whether or not the person is a Calvinist, right? Which one of these two things do they disagree with?
Yeah, I've seen people respond to it. I've seen people respond to it as well by saying, "What is moral is what God commands."
What does that have to do with what premise do they rejecting then? What is that supposed to? You see, it forces them.
They're rejecting the foundation on which morality is built, which is that morality is what people ought to do.
So if you were the Christian, I would just ask, okay, I don't know what any of that means. Which premise are you talking about?
I think he's talking about the first one there.
So God should actualize things he should actualize, or that God always actualizes what he should actualize. Is that the premise that you're rejecting, Mr. Christian, in?
I think that's the one they would probably, some of them will challenge.
Yeah, then God might actualize things he shouldn't actualize. That means God is not good.
But God requires evil in order to be significant or to mean anything at all.
So what premise? What are the three? Which one are you denying?
Fairly.
What's that?
Yeah.
I mean, God. I mean, if everything was just, if everybody acted godly or whatever, and there was absolutely no evil, whatever, what purpose or what part would God play in any of this?
Right. So then, what premise, Mr. Christian? What premise are you rejecting? The first, second, or third?
I did not record the premises, Danny. You'd have to run them by me again.
Okay, Mr. Christian, I'll tell you. Here's the first premise: God actualizes.
What did you say, Mr. What?
Mr. Christian.
Oh, okay. You're calling me Mr. Christian. Okay.
Yeah. So the first premise is that God
which is almost a song.
God only actualizes events that he should actualize. The second of
that he should actualize.
Right. Mm-hmm. The second premise is that there are events there are events that were actualized that should not have been actualized. And the third premise is God actualizes all events.
Okay. I think the third premise.
Yeah, so God's not sovereign.
I don't think he. Okay.
How can God be a sovereign if he doesn't exist?
It's an internal critique, Tanya.
I know. I'm just go ahead.
Yeah, no, Speed. Just to catch you up, I think that from what Danny's talking about, the way Danny's approaching this, it seems like most Christians would either take issue with the second or third premise, depending on whether or not they're a Calvinist.
Yeah, but the way that the argument is structured is they have to reject one of those four, right? A lot of Christians want to take all four, but when they reject a premise, it straightforwardly correlates to omnipotence, omniscience, goodness, and evil. Right.
Well, yeah, their shit is inconsistent. We know that, but I mean,
but what they try to do is keep all four, and then lie. They say all four work, and they give you all these mental gymnastics. But then I just say, which of the three do you reject? And then they pick one, and it's just clear as day what they're rejecting.
But consider the story that God created the cosmos and then created these beings with free will, and He let them be free, right?
I mean,
and
free will.
Even if He knew where they were going to end up or what they were going to do, He still had to let them be free. Otherwise, there would be no.
So that's just rejecting the third premise.
Hey, topic.
Let's just ignore entirely the fact that free will is logically incompatible with the existence of an all-knowing, all-powerful creator God. But that's probably not what we want.
Well, that's more tricky. I think that's
more difficult.
Yeah, I might disagree with you there, Christopher.
Well, yeah, in my scenario, God would have to allow for evil. Because
that's then which on your scenario are you rejecting the second or the first or the third?
So when you the first,
I don't blame you. It sounds all this. They all sound like the same.
Okay, first of all, Danny, I think I've told you this before. Audio is really difficult for me. If you write shit out, I can see it and I can remember.
Yeah, I don't blame you, but the problem is that all the premises sound the same, so I don't blame you. Do you want me to put it in the private chat? Or no?
Okay, the first one, God should.
God actualizes all events that He should.
That He should. Okay, that I would reject.
Well, then God's not good.
Well, where does the should come from? Does the should apply? Is the should something that applies to God?
From their belief.
What's that?
Well, I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean he's not good. It could mean that he's incompetent too.
Okay, granted, their beliefs are fucking inconsistent. I mean, we know that, right? But I'm just trying to imagine a cosmos and a God where He created these beings and He gave them free will, and even though He knew where it was going to turn out, it's exactly what He wanted. And therefore, if He actualizes evil, or basically, if by creating this He actualized evil, then that's what He wanted to do.
Look, rather than just calling out all this, because I think and I don't want to go through the work of showing you all the equivocation that I think it's in that sentence. So I would just ask, which premise are you rejecting? And I'll repeat them really fast. God actualizes all events that He should. That's the first. The second premise is that there are some events that are actualized that should have not been actualized. 3, God actualizes all events.
Okay, the first one is rejected.
Right. So when you say that God, so if a Christian were to say that to me, rejecting the first premise, here's what that entails. They're rejecting that God actualizes events only that He should actualize. He actualizes all events so that it's false that He actualizes all events He should actualize. Right? Which means that He could actualize events that He shouldn't actualize, right? That's the entailment there. Now,
run that by me carefully again.
Yeah. So if you're rejecting, it's my fault. I'm not. It's my fault. So here's the premise. The first premise is this: that God actualizes all events He should actualize. That's the first premise that you're denying.
Then
so
why should God? Then why should God do something? Does He have somebody above Him which dictates Him ought to be's or ought to do's? Or is He free to instantiate things or not?
Which premise are you denying?
The first premise.
Okay, so you're denying that God actualizes events He should actualize. That means that God could actualize an event that He shouldn't actualize. If you're rejecting that premise, you're committed to that.
Well, the question is, why has God obligations in regards of what He should do? I mean, does He have someone above Him?
Why would I contest you? look, if you're rejecting the first premise, that means that God is not good, right? He actualizes events he shouldn't do. End of story. He's not good.
It could also be that God is incompetent.
Well, then, sure, we can. Then either one. Which one is it?
Well, that's just word salad. What you are saying, Danny.
Are you rejecting the first premise?
Well, because God doesn't have anyone above him which says what he should or should not do.
I mean,
Look, okay, that means you're rejecting the first premise, which means you believe that God actualizes things he shouldn't actualize. That's possible.
God actualizes things based on his nature and his will.
Does that mean? So does that mean yes? Does that either means the first premise or it doesn't mean the first premise? Which one is it?
Your first premise kind of sounds like the beating his wife. When did you quit beating your wife thing?
Right. It presupposes that God is good.
Yes.
Right. So if you reject that premise that God is good, then there's no problem of evil.
And that you know what good is from God's point of view.
I don't think you have to know that.
Well.
No, look.
You're kind of suggesting that if there's evil, it's not good.
Let me take a crack.
Yeah.
He does all the things that he thinks he should do.
Oh, well,
he's got to be right because he's God.
But here's the problem there, right? There's two issues, right? First of all, is this God infallible?
Well, it's kind of funny that it's sort of built into that, right? So if they can reject it for a number of reasons, but now the question is, which reason is it that you've rejected it? Because all of them are bad for you.
The point is that when you phrase it that way, that presupposes God is fallible. Right, because the idea of putting the word think there means that there's the potential of failure. So you've given up on omnipotence in a sense.
Well, if I can jump in really quick. What?
Sorry, what?
I'd say the word try implies that the word
exactly think or try. If I think that X is true, it doesn't make X true. But if God thinks that X is true because he's infallible, X is just true. But the fact that
you're getting at. Okay, yeah, I understand. That makes sense.
But I agreed with what you said too.
Hey guys, when somebody asks to jump in, give them a little courtesy. Midnight asked to say something. So
yes, if we're talking about the omnipotence of God, right? I actually had an interesting conversation with Serb off air after one of the weather reports where we talked about God could be powerful enough to create a universe, but not powerful enough for the four omnis to be true. So theoretically speaking, a God could still exist but not have the four omnis. Well,
do you want to hear my opinion on that, or you just wanted to say that?
I said it because I want to hear people's opinions on it, not just to say it.
I know how a Christian would respond. The Christian, well, the idea is that what omnipotence is just making a logical state of affairs become true, or a logical state of affairs to be actual, right?
I would not say that. I am a Christian.
Well, then you're in trouble.
Say that.
Then you take task-based omnipotence, and there's problems with that.
What I am saying is that God is omnipotent in order to be able to do whatever is possible. It isn't possible to make a square circle.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Okay, so then
we agree. Because I think you're just saying it in different terms. Another way of what I'm saying is that he can make all logically coherent propositions come true. That's another way of saying that, of what you said. Because the idea of a possibility implies a hypothetical which can be expressed in terms of a proposition. So the hypothetical in which whatever follows from that can be understood propositionally. Right? So the hypothetical in which I go to the store can be described as I'm at the store, I'm going to the store. And God can make that happen since it's logically coherent.
And what God doesn't do is act contrary to his nature.
Well, that's
whatever the hell that means.
It just means that God does what he does.
Well, okay, then humans do what humans do.
Exactly.
And people go against their nature all the time. Like, what?
Wait, Antangelo, have you heard of the Makir objection?
No.
Makir is a creature whose nature is simply to pull at his ear. Okay, that's what his nature is. If the criteria of omnipotence is grounded in one's nature, that God can only do what his nature entails, right? There, and thus retain his omnipotence. Then Mikir is omnipotent, given that he only does what his nature allows him to do, which is pull out his ear.
Well, wow, that is. I mean,
That's
I
not
know.
my objection. That's a classic example.
No. I know. I'm not saying it is your objection, but holy shit, that seems like an argument absurdum or whatever the fuck it's
But
called.
you understand that some Christians, in order to get around certain objections, like can God lie, or can God deceive others, or murder, or whatever, I don't know. Okay, doesn't matter. They appeal to God's nature as to say, as part of the definition of omnipotence, that God is a creature who can do all logical state of affairs, as well as add a further stipulation that which is also in accord with his nature. But you see, Mr. Mikir follows that model, right? That God, he can actualize all logical state of affairs that his nature allows him to do, which means that Mikir's nature is just that he's only capable of pulling at his ear, and so God, he's omnipotent on that view.
Right, but he's only omnipotent in the sense that he doesn't go against his nature, like you said. So the argument is.
Wait, remember, it's two criteria for omnipotence. The first one is what Otangelo and I said, that it's the ability to actualize any logical states of affairs or propositions. Okay. A second criteria of omnipotence that they normally stipulate, like one that Otangelo gives, is that's also in accord with one's nature. Okay. Now the Mikir, he can actualize all true propositions that's in accord with his nature. His nature only dictates that he pulls out his ear, so that means that the only proposition that he can make true is the event in which he pulls out his ear. He can make that happen. It's in accord with his nature. Anything else is out of accord with his nature. So by that definition, he's omnipotent.
Okay, bye guys. Have fun. I'm leaving. Going to sleep.
Good to see you, Otangelo.
Bye bye, Randolph. Bye,
Bye-bye.
everyone.
Good morning or night, whatever the hell.
Bye, Otangelo.
Yeah.
Did anybody understand what I said?
I was half paying attention. Sorry.
That's fine. That's fine. I was
The
long-winded.
problem is that God doesn't exist, and I don't really care what the hell.
Yeah. Can we just sorry? Can we just agree that all gods are human projections and be done?
I mean,
Y'all are not interested in justification?
the way I look at it, if somebody is so far gone that they're going to believe in a disembodied mind to begin with, you're not going to reach them with an argument against evil.
What? No, I was convinced by that argument.
Really?
I think
Yeah,
disembodied
the
mind could exist.
intentionality argument and the problem of evil work together. They go hand in hand.
Finally, Leo's in here.
No. I muted the site. So
You muted the site? What the?
Hi, Leo.
I'm confused, but good to see you.
I'm confused too, Leo.
Have you heard of that objection, Leo? The Mikir objection against omnipotence? Oh.
You're muted, Leo. And I don't think I don't know. I think Leo's having audio issues. Good morning, Serb, or whatever.
A muted Leo is a good Leo.
Oh, well, yeah.
I got a question. Could God actually when he's making his things that have to be logically true, can he use double negation elimination?
Double, like is that like what the intuitionists reject?
It's one of the things, yeah.
Oh, can he? Oh, that's a good question. I don't know. I'm not. Is God an intuitionist about logic? I haven't thought that far, Kara. This is a good question.
Yeah, I think I would argue, just for shits and giggles, that intuitionists and forms of logic that comes after intuition is based on it are closer to mathematics, and that mathematics is how we describe reality. That God's probably
Are you
more.
an intuitionist about logic?
I'm like.
Or mathematics. I'm sorry, mathematics.
I'm like a reluctant one.
What? Okay.
Because
I
I think there are actually good objections to the law of excluded middle.
have you read Michael Dummett?
I have not. I'm not super deep into it. That's why I'm like a reluctant one.
Oh, Michael Dummett is gibberish, though. I did one of my papers on him last semester on stuff like intuitionistic logic, but I took a metaphysical route in refuting him because there's philosophical concerns that intuitionists have that are not necessarily logical concerns, and I don't get them. I don't understand the arguments that they gave to support a kind of metaphysical grounding for intuitionist logic made no sense to me.
I even got far enough to be in the metaphysics. Basically, I started on the proposition. This proposition is false.
Sorry, what?
The proposition of this proposition is false. Which
is it a liar's paradox, kind of?
Basically.
Yeah, I don't know. I've only gone through a few solutions to the liar's paradox, but I haven't settled on any.
And then there's also the problem. And then I got to the problem of root of 2. When mathematics, it is both irrational and rational at the same time, which also violates the law of excluded middle.
Okay, I have to look into that too. But now, as far as what did we just say before you gave the rational irrational example?
Oh, this proposition is false.
Oh yeah, that the liar's paradox. I'm just not. I think my gut reaction is just to think that it's not a proposition. I just don't take that to be a proposition.
I mean, some people argue that, but I mean, its structure is propositional. Like it's making a statement that something is the case.
I don't even know. I don't think propositions have structure.
Well,
sentences have structure.
Well, yeah, but when a sentence is stating the case of a matter, like saying this sentence matches reality.
What's up, you heathens?
Then it's a proposition.
Danny,
I don't think so.
Danny, can you give an example of a proposition that does not have structure?
Well,
what do you mean?
Okay, so this is very tricky. I think we're using the words differently, Randolph. So the idea of a proposition is basically the content of a belief.
Intention.
Okay?
Intention is a better word.
Yeah.
I would argue it's the intention of some statement about something, whether concrete or abstract.
But that seems to be a conceptualist view. I'm a Platonist.
A little bit, yeah. But what I would say
is conceptualist.
And see that's what I was going to get is that it comes down to whether somebody's a Platonist or not. So, but you were having the discussion. I'm sorry. I'll let you continue.
Who's a Platonist? Who's wrong about what now?
No, Danny is a Platonist. I am not, but I respect that Danny is. It's not that I.
Oh, that explains so much.
It's not that
Platonism is the dominant view of abstract objects today. Actually,
it actually is. I'm in the minority, but I'm okay with that. I mean, Speed's also in the minority because he adheres to scientist.
But it's like a Neo-Platonism, though, isn't it?
What?
It's like a Neo-Platonism, though, isn't it? It's not like actual Platonism.
Well, this is an unfortunate terminology, but now they've changed the meaning of Platonism to not refer to Plato's views, which is extremely confusing. So it's not your fault. I actually read that. Actually, me, Speed, and Leo read that, right? Remember that? In our philosophy of mathematics group.
Yes. Well, wait, hold on. Isn't Platonism just the new one, just talking about Plato's forms and not Plato?
No, well, not anymore. It's like I said. Platonism is a contemporary view, starting with like Frege, really, who kind of drew on a lot of what Plato was saying, but kind of reformulated in a contemporary way. And now it's very divorced from what Plato was saying, because a lot of Platonists don't believe in forms, right? Like they reject, like for instance, the form of good.
I'm a hylomorphist.
Oh.
I don't know what I am. I'm still trying to learn.
Is that Aristotelian? That's Aristotelian, right?
I believe so, yes. I believe that what something is not just how it's structured. What is it? It's how it's structured. It's the form of something. It's the matter that something is made of, and the form that the because that is technically
Aristotle. I just looked it up.
Yeah.
It is Aristotle.
Yeah.
So
It's the matter that something is made of and the form that matter takes. And I believe that defines what something is. It's not one or the other, it's both.
Can I answer Randolph's question about the
Yeah, I'm
structure?
sorry.
And so
I'm so sorry.
Randolph, I'll just tell you what a Platonist means. Whether you agree or disagree is another matter. Okay, but here's what Platonists think, or the typical Platonist. Okay, they think propositions. All we can say about propositions are basically two things. They're that which is true or false, and they're that which is the content of a belief. That's all we can say about them. Nothing else.
That doesn't seem so unreasonable.
Yeah, but the problem there is that we can't, because Platonists don't think that those propositions, since they belong to what Frege called the third realm, there's no physical manifestation of them. Okay.
Oh yeah, they're hypothetical. Okay.
Well, yeah, they're abstract is what we would say that they're abstract. Yeah, and they're abstract in the sense that, like, when you see a sentence, you're seeing something that represents a proposition.
Okay.
Yeah, so only sentences have syntax, let's say structure, but propositions are the thing that's being represented by the structure, the sentence.
Can I ask a question, Danny? Just really quick. Would you, in your view, would you say that the structure is derivative, or that the structure is derivative of the syntax of a sentence, or that the proposition is derivative rather of the syntax of a sentence?
I was just thinking that. Yeah.
So wait, okay. I just take syntax to be the sort of foundation for structure of a sentence. Is that not what it is?
Well, yeah, I would agree with that. But maybe I misunderstood. But didn't you say that a proposition relates to that in some way?
A proposition is represented by sentences and structures like syntax.
Yeah. So would that not be the same as saying that propositions are derivative of the structure or the syntax of a sentence?
Can you say that one more time?
That a proposition is derivative of, meaning it comes out of the structure and or syntax of a sentence.
No, and I'll give you. I don't think they think that. The reason why is like we can represent things non and without sentences. So, for instance, like I could represent a tree in terms of a drawing, but we're not saying the tree emerges from the drawing. So,
yeah, you got a point. Yeah.
Yeah. So the idea is that how the proposition is represented, there's no fact of the matter, because I take the one thing that I agree with Michael Dummett is that I take meaning as use when it comes to these things. Yeah. Michael Dummett, and I think that the idea is that what a thing means is just simply a question of how it's being used.
So this could hypothetically or abstractly leave room for mentally telepathic species, say, to be able to communicate a proposition without using sentence structure.
Well, I'll say two things to that. And this is not just my view. I'm speaking on behalf of Platonism.
It's not close to that possibility.
Well, it is, and I'll give you. According to Platonism, propositions don't cause anything, nor they're causally inert, right?
But they have to be communicated, right?
No, they're not. So, okay, how do I phrase this? I see what you're saying. We communicate using what we represent, what we use to represent the proposition, right? Okay. And so the idea is when there's successful communication, we're sort of quote unquote looking at or have an attitude of the same proposition. So when I tell you I'm going to bed now, and that's successfully communicated, you have an attitude about Danny is going to bed now, that it's true. But Danny is going to bed now is a truth, that which is true. It's a proposition that we both have an attitude towards of. That's to say that we take it to be true.
Okay.
Yeah, but conceptualists, like Leo insinuate, don't think that way. They think that the proposition is mental, okay, not abstract. So they will engage in causal relations. Okay.
Well, I think propositions. I don't think propositions stand in causal relations to things.
Oh well, then I don't see. I mean, I think. By the way, there are people that think that that propositions are sorts of, or not abstract, that they're concrete things because they exist in the mind, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
I know people that take that view. I make a distinction between the abstract and the concrete, but what I don't make is the distinction I would not make is that one is physical and one is non-physical. I would argue that both are physical, but that they are two distinct forms of what it means to be physical, and that's part of why I'm what I could consider myself a hylomorphist. That it's not just the matter; it's the form that the matter takes.
If you're interested, I'm taking a class on Aristotle next semester and so maybe if you want to talk about hylomorphism when I actually know anything about Aristotle.
Leo, I think that pairs up with my physicalism pretty well.
Well,
Actually,
see, I'm a physicalist where I would argue there are things that are immaterial. I would argue the mind is immaterial. Mind is not made of matter. You can't give me a particle of mind. But
He's like, I'm not.
Hold on.
That's not for me.
The problem is that Speed didn't let me finish because I think that he would, and maybe he wouldn't, but I think that he would agree with me once I finish, is that I think that it's like Facebook is immaterial. You can't give me a pound of Facebook. You can't hand me Facebook. Facebook is not a material thing, but material is a subset of physical. All things which are material are physical, but not all things that are physical are material. So while I would argue that the mind is physical, that it is defined by physical quantities, that exists as some sort of extant property within physical reality, that it isn't necessarily made of matter.
Can I elaborate on that?
And that's just hold on. That's the difference I draw, the distinction rather that I draw between physical and material. And I'll wrap up with this. Another good example I give is quantum fields. Quantum fields are not made of matter. They're not material. They're immaterial, but they are still
what's matter
physical.
made of?
Matter is made of quantum fields. Matter is fundamentally, it emerges out of the interactions, the couplings between immaterial entities.
So you just said there is no material then.
Let me explain. This is gonna make it clear. I think this is gonna make it, to elaborate on what you're saying. This is pretty clear. Look, Speed, you're in a room, right? It's true that you're the tallest person in the room, right? That's true of you in some sense. Now, if I walk in the room, okay, that property changes. Okay, let's say let's say Michael Jordan walks in the room, right? Michael Jordan walks in the room, and that property changes. You've changed with respect to that property. You're no longer the tallest person in the room. You're the shortest person in the room. Now, did anything change about you materially? No. So in philosophy, we distinguish between properties and relations, okay? Or as Bernard Williams, he used this terminology. He used internal and external properties. So taller than is an external property. But the property of being bald, that's an internal property, okay? That if you're no longer bald, there's something changing materially. Does that make sense, Speed?
It makes sense to me.
No, you jumped a category there, and
I don't think so. I really don't think so.
I mean,
Randolph, did you understand?
You're muted, Randolph.
I'm surprised you didn't ask me.
Randy!
I partly understand. This is an area that I'm not strong in, so I'm learning a lot here.
But you understand that you're the tallest person in the room right now. If Michael Jordan walked into the room,
Danny, what does the tallest person in the room mean?
That width, the individual, the individual who has the highest arbitrarily defined height, because height is kind of an arbitrary thing.
Doesn't that kind of require a human being around to be saying, okay, here's the room.
But that's not related to the point that
Here's the room. I have demarcated a room, and I've got a metric, and I'm a human being, and I'm looking at other human beings and saying, I mean, and you're jumping from that to the categories of what physical properties are, right?
Wait,
physical properties are something that we read or we measure.
This is very simple. Look, I can just change the example. Are you the oldest person in the room?
I mean, no offense, Daddy, but you run into the same problem.
Are you the oldest person in the room?
I don't think he's running a problem. I don't.
No. Hold on.
I got a confession.
Well, what's your confession? That you're old?
No, I'm actually 21 years old. I just did a lot of fucking drugs and alcohol.
Okay, gosh,
when I was trying.
I'm in denial about my aging.
I've been lying about my age for a long time.
I can't believe this actually went this far because I was waiting for this to die out to disagree with the quantum fields thing.
Yeah, I'm just waiting on Speed's response.
Well, I would be interested to hear Cerberus' disagreement there.
Oh, I'm interested too. Yeah.
Because quantum fields, like, straightforwardly,
let me
are
finish
not
this point and then I'm
material.
going to leave.
I like the idea that they're immaterial. This is such a fantastic example.
Let me I want to finish this point and then I'm going to leave.
Please don't leave. Like, seriously, please do not leave.
Oh, we're having a
leaving
great conversation
Speed
here,
and you're-
Danny.
Okay.
This is good.
Speed, are you the oldest person in the room?
Yes. What
Okay.
what room? What room?
This
My room?
Don't ever accuse me of being
Sounds like the cat is disagreeing.
Okay, anyway, are you the
You
oldest
see what
person in
you're
the room?
doing, Danny. You're coming up with a metric, and
Then
you're
tell me
coming up
why
with-
you disagree. That seems so sensible,
Let's
right?
just entertain Danny here, find out what he's saying. So, okay, speed of sound says the oldest person here.
He's the oldest
I'm the
person
only
in the
one
room.
in my room.
Oh my gosh, no! In this call,
in this
call,
StreamYard conversation.
Okay,
Oh
yeah,
my
okay,
God.
Danny. I'm the oldest one in the room.
Okay, could that change?
Could that change? Yeah.
Okay, so that means that if someone older than you came in the room, you would lose the property of being the oldest person in the room. You would change.
Hello, Jay.
Hello.
I don't know.
People.
I think you could see that a totally different way. I think you could argue that he didn't change at all. Other people's perception and his perception of himself changed.
Yeah.
I think
Your
that's
metric
kind of
changed.
the point that Danny is making. I may very well be
Yeah,
wrong.
the idea
but-
if my perception is changing, I'm not materially changing.
Yeah, nothing about you materially is changing. But
Danny,
but
to
there's
be
still
fair-
a change. We would all recognize there's still a change, but it's not material.
Well, I would say
Danny, what was the original? Danny
what
did
change
call
would
it
be.
property. He didn't say it's material. He called it a property.
I
might have jumped the gun there.
I just want to distinguish relational properties and regular properties, or in other words, internal and external properties. Right? External properties are considered to be relational, and they exist very differently than sort properties like redness or being 5 feet. Right? These things are what people associate with material substance or objects. Right? The object that is me is only understood in terms of internal properties, not external properties. But the external properties can change, but my object, myself, does not change.
I disagree with that because I should have actually formed my sentence better. I think what did change, instead of saying people's perception, I should say the physical state of their brain perceiving speed changed.
Presumably, it's an objective.
Yeah.
The physical state changed, but did some new material added or subtracted from the brain?
I mean,
the
Because
organization.
I would argue no.
The
And this again
organization.
goes back to the distinction between physical and material.
The organization of the matter changed.
yeah, I was just gonna
yeah,
say
but
that.
Also, I mean,
did
could've.
matter
They
get created or
could've.
destroyed? Was
It
there
could've
new
been.
matter added or subtracted?
Hold on. Matter.
There
The
actually
property
could have
could
been.
change without people
I
realizing.
mean, let's be honest. This beer can is changing every Planck second. If we know what Planck second is, but that's honestly, I don't know if personally I would consider that a material change. A physical change, yes, but not a material change. But again, I personally draw a distinction between material being made of matter and physical being extant in physical reality and defined by physical quantities, but it doesn't mean that you're
Look,
made of
there's
matter.
two things here.
Property can change.
I want to say
Property
two
can change
things.
without people realizing it. There's somebody older walking in the room who looks younger, and they don't realize they're actually older. They won't perceive
Look,
that
there are two debates here.
even though the property has changed.
There are two debates here, and don't confuse the two. The first debate is whether there's a difference between an internal and external property. That's the first thing. That's the first debate, okay? But if you accept that, then there's a way that you can make sense of differentiating materialism and physicalism. And that's all Leo is saying, right? I just wanted to expound that when people make that differentiation between material and physical, largely it's motivated by the distinction between external and internal properties. That's all I want to say.
Well, I'm open to having my mind changed on it, but I think
Thomas, what is wrong with your mic?
I think
He's
external.
He should probably mute while he is.
Thomas, yeah, Mute if you're going to wrestle with your mic.
Thomas, we enjoyed the deep throating with your mic, but can you
Yeah.
please?
I'm sorry.
Jesus Christ, Leo.
I was wrestling with my
think
flesh.
external properties are just internal properties of other things.
Hold on, everybody stop.
We can't hear anything.
Yeah,
What's
that's why
the-
I'm stopping the chat. Cerberus, please repeat what you said.
Yeah, I was trying to say it for forever. I think what you would call external properties are just internal properties of other things.
Okay, then what I mean by external properties and what you mean by internal properties with that caveat, or you're just using different sounds to represent the same thing, perhaps.
I think we are, because I think what you call external properties, I literally call internal properties. I just think they're located in a different place.
Okay, but you accept the distinction between just internal properties simpliciter and internal properties with that caveat, right?
Well, I understand what you're saying when you say it, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, then there's no disagreement.
I have a question.
No.
For Danny.
Yeah.
If somebody older comes in the room, how did speed change?
The relation changed. The relational property changed.
No, that wasn't your original question, though. You said
it was.
You said speed changed.
Yes.
You didn't. You didn't say the relation.
He I do believe Danny said he changed with relation to something else, but nothing about him materially changed.
I see where Thomas is coming from. He's saying that if speed is merely construed in terms of internal properties, then he didn't change, right?
No,
That's
what
what
I'm
you're saying.
what I'm
But
no
then I
what
have
I'm
no idea what you're saying.
you laid out the situation. Speed is the oldest person in the room, right? And then
Yes.
somebody comes in the room, and now somehow speed has changed.
Yes.
Because no longer the oldest person in the room.
Yes.
Speed has not changed. What has changed?
The property.
The relational property of speed
Yes.
being the oldest person among people.
Then you're saying, on one hand, you're saying speed has changed, and then on the other hand, you're saying no, speed hasn't changed. The relationship has changed.
The internal properties have not changed. The external properties have changed.
Yes.
So speed has not changed. Hold on. Hold on. Has speed changed or not?
No.
But if what I mean by speed is the amalgamation of internal external properties.
Just
with
answer
respect
this
to
question, Danny. Has speed changed or not?
Well, it's not that
It seems
simple.
like
There's-
a semantic argument.
It's not that simple.
Well, hold on. No. We can't just say, hey, answer this question the way I want you to, because there might be nuances that are being glossed over. So we need to let Danny explain what he means and then provide an answer based on that. That is the best way to understand what an individual means when they're saying something. Either we want to understand something or we want to be right, and we need to figure out which one it is.
I say we
So
just
you
start
can be
talking
both.
over one
So,
another.
so the way, let me answer the question. Let me try to answer the
That's
question in a
more fun,
satisfactory
too.
way to Thomas.
Dumpster
Look,
fire, dumpster
if
fire.
you and I probably have different concepts of speed, okay? If your concept of speed does not involve the certain relational properties, right? Then you're just not going to think that when someone older in the room comes in, that speed has changed. There's no disagreement, right? It's only if your concept of speed already includes, whether accidentally or essentially, a property, okay? And then that property is no longer there or replaced with another property. That's where the change is.
You want to get into? I might be wrong about this because I don't remember it very well. Do you want to get into where external properties are the only things we can actually know?
I don't. You're gonna have to entertain. I've never heard that. Are you using Bernard Williams' notion of internal external properties?
I'm not actually sure. I remember reading about it a bunch. There was arguments being made to where because internal properties, but because of how our relation with reality works, right? You could be a brain in a vat, right? You're making a bunch of presuppositions to get to the point where you exist in a reality with other people. So the only things you can know, the only properties you can actually know are the ones inside your head, which means all properties, things outside of you have, are technically internal to you. And
You're just giving that kind of Cartesian skepticism here, right?
Hold on. I still have the same question, and I don't think you answered it. satisfactorily.
Okay, well then, that's fine. Just ask your question again.
When you say what you said, the relationship change. Did speed's relationship change?
Look, I'll rephrase what I said with a question. Does your concept of speed include the external properties of speed? Yes or no?
I don't even know what that question means.
Well then, okay. Well, if you say okay, do you know what I mean by external properties? I mean relational properties.
Okay,
right?
hold on. We're just really quick. I just want to make sure I'm understanding Danny, because there are two ways I could understand this. When you say internal versus external, you are defining that as being different from intensive and extensive properties, correct?
Ooh, intensive, extensive. I'm not prepared. I don't know. Where are you drawing that from?
Well, because I believe an intensive property is one that the magnitude or the quantity of the value assigned to that property is independent of the quantity or the size of the system. If you have an extensive property, then the magnitude or the value of that quantity would be related to the subsystems, I guess, sort of added together.
Oh, in philosophy, this has different terminology.
Okay.
In philosophy, what an intensive property is something called a causal disposition. Okay. So like the solubility.
I might have been speaking more mathematically. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So like the solubility of salt, that's not, you can't measure that with the, there's no width, mass, size, weight, length that could get you that, right? Just looking at salt. But it has all these other properties, like it has the property of, I don't know, like water is a better example. The property of freezing at 0 degrees Celsius under certain kinds of pressure or whatever, right, is not seen when you look at water.
Yeah.
Right. And so what that is, though, is what we call a causal disposition. And it's a frequently used term in the philosophy of science. I think that's what you mean.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, guys, when you were talking about Speed being the oldest in the room, I wasn't in the room. What changed?
What changed is the relation of everybody else in the room to you, given some arbitrary measure.
Yeah, but none of you knew it.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, but my concept of speed doesn't include a lot of the external properties that he has. So in my view, there was no change.
Well, I actually,
I would agree for the most part.
rather than the.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Tanya, it's Midnight's time. Go ahead, Midnight.
Okay. Rather than Speed being the oldest person in the room, he's the oldest person in the house. So even if he gets out of the room, he's out of the room, he's still the oldest person in the house. There you go.
Yeah, so that property doesn't change. But every time you move,
but do you see what you're doing, Danny?
No, this is really basic.
You're constructing a bunch of full properties.
No, he's not.
Really, you are.
Science uses these properties, right? Like, what does motion look like, huh?
I mean, shit is changing constantly.
I got a better one. Speed. What does an electron look like?
A dot.
A fuzzy bastard.
It does not look like a dot. It does not look like a fuzzy. You want to know what it looks like? It looks like nothing. There isn't a sense that you could say that it looks like something. That means nothing.
It looks like.
I thought I saw some pictures from an electronoscopy produced, but I guess that's
electroscopy. Yeah, that's using electrons the same way we use photons to see things, but you're not really seeing the electrons.
Oh, okay.
Another way, what Leo is saying is the way we know that they're electrons is just in terms of relations, right? That's to say, its effect on the world, or its effect in the environment.
Charge.
So you're not.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what he's saying.
Yeah, well, Leo, here's something to wrap around to try to wrap your head. Let me try again. Here's something to wrap your head around. Motion doesn't really exist, and I still have to read that book.
You're right. It doesn't. We define. No, it's in Randolph's right. It's
now,
immaterial.
Motion isn't
made of anything.
Speed, how is this silent? How are you silent on this? You're the one that charged me with being over reductive. Now these people are being over. Motion doesn't exist. You're staying silent on that one, Speed.
No. Hold on. Danny, and I asked this question genuinely. Danny, do you think I think motion exists, but I think that motion can be reduced to essentially the time. I would define what and I understand that there can be nuance between this and it might be defined in different ways, but me personally, I would define motion as the kinetic energy contained in something. What does that mean? That means that, essentially what motion is really just is speed. It's the first derivative with respect to position, or, and this is an inclusive or, it's the second derivative with respect to position, which would be its acceleration. So motion exists as some sort of mathematical quantity, but it doesn't exist as a material property. It's a description of something with material properties.
Yeah, motion is a set of relational properties.
I would agree.
When does it exist?
Would you agree that it has a dependence on the passage of time as well?
I mean, there's argument
Fundamentally,
says
no, because I would argue that time doesn't pass. But I get where Randolph is going.
Can motion exist without time?
Well, nothing could exist without time.
No, sorry.
Stationary stuff.
Hold on. I actually want to say something here because I need to give credit where credit is due. I don't know what the fuck happened to you, Danny, but you're actually being extremely reasonable today.
Believe it or not, no one. There's very few people that naturally know me.
I like to Danny. We've trained Danny to be polite. So.
This is what I was finding this whole conversation.
It's nice.
Look, just for future reference, Midnight, if you think someone's been being rude and they're not being rude, don't come out and say, hey, you're not a rude bastard right now.
Fair enough.
That wasn't much of a compliment.
I don't really think Danny is ever rude. I think he can be rude when he feels people are being rude to him. I think there are some times where, he might be.
I bite.
He might bite on purpose, but
hey,
so,
Danny,
hold on, please. So you don't think Danny can be rude, but there are times when he's being rude.
That's not what I said. I said I don't think. What I'm saying is that generally speaking, I don't think Danny is rude. Generally means in most cases, but not in all, that there might be confounding examples, but that they're statistical outliers. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Sorry.
Sorry.
I think this whole conversation.
So Leo, you were grasping for the.
Hold on.
I agree with you, Randolph.
No offense, Speed, but Randolph was trying to say something. Randy,
I think this whole conversation overall has been really great. This whole stream. I think we should continue with these fascinating topics.
In the past, we have someone like John Peterson who challenges something really trivial, and then we get in an argument, and then he gets really mad, and then I get mad at him, and then everyone blames me.
Because you're younger. We do blame you. It is
because everybody knows you're ageist, Danny.
Yeah, you are an ageist little prick.
I'm an ageist?
Ageist, yes.
What does that mean?
Here it comes. Yep. What does that mean? Yeah. Danny, I see what you're doing.
I blame you.
Honestly, let's just get back to the other conversation because it was honestly better. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
When I said that nothing exists independently of time, Danny seemed to
wait for it. Wait. Okay, I want to leave.
I was curious what his objection was.
I'm going to let you guys chat, and I'm going to keep an eye on the board, but I'm probably going to go have a bagel.
Whatever. I'm going to talk bad about you when you're gone.
Scientismist.
Bad things happen. Yeah. Bad things happen when you leave, Speed. Bad things happen when you leave, Speed.
Let's get to the other topic, which is the quantum fields are the material.
Quantum fields are immaterial. Yes, they are.
No, they're the material.
If you want to get my attention, if you want to get my attention, just what the fuck could you do? Like leave and come back, and I'll come over here because I'll see that you're gray.
No. Straightforwardly though, Speed. I if anything, like if I feel like that you need to come here, I will text you. I will try my hardest to be fair and impartial.
I'll make sure Thomas behaves.
And I know Midnight, I know Randolph, I know Jay, like everybody here. I feel that we can all kind of self-moderate. But if I feel things are getting out of control, I would do my best to to text you and say, hey, we need a little bit of control.
Yeah, and I can see the monitor, so if anybody wants to get in, I can walk over here. I'm just going to go pile about 5 inches of cream cheese on a bagel, and I'm going to eat
Jesus
it.
Christ.
If he's watching the monitor, all Randolph has to do is get up and scream into the camera.
Yeah, there you go, Randolph.
Can you put some bacon in your cream cheese too?
Oh yeah, put bacon on it, like 5 or
Thomas
6
has a point. That is really fucking good. That is really good.
I'll check back with you guys later.
Ooh, peace out, buddy.
Hey, Randolph, can you do SOS by doing that?
Probably. I'm sure I could.
You know, I've always wanted to learn Morse code.
I had to learn it to get my CB operator's permit at age 12, and then at age 13,
What? Wow.
Yeah, and then at age 13, Canada stopped requiring people to have CB radio licenses.
What are you doing?
So at least I got my license for CB radio.
Yep. That's what Western Morse code.
Okay.
3 dots, 3 dashes, 3 dots, SOS. And that is not the message the Titanic sent out. It sent out CQD, come quick distress. Which was a more traditionally used signal during those times.
What does it sound like again?
SOS.
Yeah.
Boop, 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 boop. It's no. I got one for you, Thomas. It sounds like phenomenological. I didn't even get that right the first time.
Phenomenologically.
Phenomena.
So
okay. What are we talking about now?
Wait.
Everyone's waiting me. Okay.
Just to be clear, that song was never phenomena. It was phenomena.
Yeah,
that's what I just said.
Oh, okay. Right on, Randolph.
So one thing that really bothers me about using SOS in literature and movies is that it's always some guy like 2 hallways down behind a door hitting something, trying to send a secret message, when really all you had to do was hit really hard and scream, "Come fucking help me."
Yeah. Jeremy asked, do we have to define what is material now? Honestly, yeah, I think so. Material is that which is made of matter. Quantum fields are not made of matter. They make up matter. Matter is made of quantum fields, but quantum fields are not made of matter, i.e. they are unmatter. They are immaterial.
Well, no.
And I'm not the only one that says this. I have heard Sean Carroll say the same exact thing.
I would argue that they are the matter, and what you're describing as matter is just a property of the matter.
Well, that's not what matter.
What the fuck was that?
I don't know, but that's not what matter is. Matter is a perturbation in that field. That's all. Like, when we break it down to this level, it's very abstract, and we can speak in terms of physical quantities, but material does not have a lot to do with this. Not until we at least get to the level of atomic nuclei. Does material mean anything?
Wait, if you're going to define matter as just a part of the field that I forget the word you use. Basically, it has an amount of energy in it?
Not entirely. So matter is decently well defined within physics, but there's some nuanced definitions. Generally, matter is that which has mass and takes up some sort of spatio-temporal volume. But quantum fields, in some senses, you could say they take up spatio-temporal volume, but that it gets a little hairy because we don't really know what space-time is at that level to know whether or not that's true. On top of that, their quantum fields are not made of matter. Like, rather half of the gauge bosons, which are a particle that mediates 3 of the 4 fundamental forces we know. There's gluons, which mediate strong interactions. Photons, as I'm sure everybody knows, mediate electromagnetism. And then the W plus and minus and the Z bosons, which do have mass. The photon and the gluon don't, mediate weak interactions. The photon and the gluon have no mass. They're not really considered matter. W and Z bosons a lot of descriptions are because they have mass, but there's some descriptions that do exist where they're not really considered a matter particle just because of the way that bosons behave. Bosons behave. If you could take like a golf ball and literally put them in the same exact place in space-time, and this is a little simplistic, but a bit contrived, but it makes the point. If you could take two golf balls and put them in the same place in space-time, that's what bosons can do. They can stack.
Yeah, like photons and stuff.
Yeah, they can stack, so to speak. So they're not, bosons aren't really considered matter. They're
basically the messenger particles.
Here's the thing. I would argue in a everyday sort of sense that matter is something different from the fields, but there is no point of a field that has zero energy. That's why we call 0 point energy, because we zeroed our calculations to it above what is the baseline amount of energy and everything. What we call matter is just an amount of energy above that 0 point. The only difference is the amount of energy.
There's some nuance there. So we can
that's what every particle is.
What are called vacuum? So there's a difference between a quantum field and a vacuum field, where a vacuum field is some energetic field, the electromagnetic field, the electron field, quark field, various gauge or Dirac or fermionic fields that are brought to the amount, the lowest physically possible energy that they can contain. Fluctuations in those fields are called vacuum field fluctuations. These fluctuations, in most senses, they might occupy time, but they don't occupy space. And this is where I said it gets a little nuanced, because space,
they are the space.
Space doesn't really have any ontological utility at the quantum field theoretical level. Like, space means nothing. Like, it's akin to temperature. Temperature is something we can speak of, like when I talk of like the temperature of a can, or a koozie, or a computer mouse, or a pair of glasses. But if I took one atom out of this pair of glasses, temperature doesn't mean anything. We speak in terms of the energy contained within that atom, but that's not, for just that one atom, that is not what temperature is. Temperature is not the energy contained in the atom. Temperature is the energy that is statistically distributed across a collective. The point that I'm getting at is that temperature is similar to space. It makes sense to talk about space when we're at a particular scale of reality, but below that, space doesn't have an ontology. So with quantum fields, there's a difference between particles and virtual particles, and vacuum field fluctuations, and as well as gluons, like the exchange of photons between two pieces of metal that are magnetically connected. That's virtual particles, which are not. A virtual electron is not the same thing in any sense, or at least not in most senses, because I mean sense in the way that like Danny would use it in philosophical senses. Most physicists actually would, because when you get to this level of reality, philosophy plays a much more important role than people think. I digress. It doesn't have the same sense that it would when you talk of an actual electron orbiting the nucleus of an atom. So
I agree. I don't know if we actually know.
Fields are not really material. There isn't a matter there that you can interact with.
Okay.
But and just really quickly, and I'll wrap up with this. This is why I draw a distinction between material and physical. So quantum fields are physical, they're natural, they're real, they exist, they're concrete. They're just not material. And I said I'd wrap up with that, but I'll wrap up with this. I would argue, and I'll let other people speak, but I would like to hear honestly Danny's point on this, because he's more versed in philosophy than I am. I would argue material is more about the relations that something physical stands in with other physical things at some scale below which it's meaningless to speak in those senses, whereas physical has a different ontology than that.
Leo, okay, I got a question for you. Are you Italian? Because you were doing the whole hands thing when you were talking.
No, I use, it's just, I don't know. It's just probably my autism.
That's one concern in differentiating the
No, I
terms,
was
but they're
messing with you.
they're different. The other two
In the
ways
ch-
that I've heard
in the chat, Jeremy is stating in the chat the quantum fields of a piece of cheese are doing something different than the quantum fields of a slice of bread. I'm interested in Leo's perspective on that.
That would be true. Yes, there are. What would be happening is the configurations of those fields have a different ontological structure that fundamentally results in different interactions taking place. And you know what? Honestly, no, I don't think that's correct.
Yeah, I don't know how you could say that was correct with what you just said.
Yeah, I don't know why I said what I said, because I'm a fucking retard sometimes, and I have autism, so I can use that word because sometimes I am a retard. That's more a result of chemistry, which can be reduced to quantum mechanics. I mean, fundamentally is reduced to quantum mechanics, but that's more a difference of chemistry than it is a difference of gauge configurations, I guess would be a sort of term you could use, which is just the physical configurations of some field of force or energy defining the state of a physical system.
Okay, wait. So I got a couple questions here. Would you say non-material things can actually take actions, like actually do things?
Yes.
Okay.
That's how I understand. So, I mean, I think there are a couple ways to go about this, but I know what you're saying, Leo. So this is not a criticism. I'm just telling you what some of the people in the literature say. So where everyone sort of agrees that there's definitely a distinction between materialism and naturalism. There's definitely a distinction. Materialism actually makes naturalism actually makes more of a softer claim than you would think, actually. The thesis
I think I would agree with that, actually.
The thesis is not that everything is matter. That's not the thesis, right? The idea is that if something was discoverable, or if we discover something new, whatever that is, it's understood naturally. Okay, so if we found numbers, they're natural. Okay, a materialist is going to make a stronger claim that numbers, if they exist, minds, if they exist, it's just matter.
Yes.
Right. And so the idea is that I think what materialism commits you to is naturalism, but naturalism does not commit you to materialism.
Exactly. Beautifully stated. And that's why I tell people I am not a materialist. At one point, I think I might have been, and I'll be honest, I had some discussions with the Maverick. I don't think he's in a side chat, but I think he helped convince me that, you know, there are certain things, and I can tell you, all I'm saying is if you disagree with what I'm about to say, just, and this might come off as a little bit condescending. I don't mean it that way, but if you disagree with what I'm about to say, go to your local university or research institute, sit down with a theoretical physicist and ask them. They'll tell you the same thing I'm about to say. When we break reality to its most, at least as we currently understand it, and in the ways that we currently understand it, its most fundamental constituents, those fields are not material. That's not what they are. They're physical, but they're not material. They create the material, but they're not themselves material. I'm sorry, go ahead.
You'd be interested in knowing that there's a philosopher named Fiona Ellis. She is a Christian. She studied under Bill Grommy, who I'm a big fan of, for those that know. And she identifies as a naturalist. Okay? Now, what that entails, at the least, is something like, in principle, everything is knowable through the natural sciences. Something like that. Okay? So that God is, if he exists, is in principle something that's knowable by the scientific method or something like that. But the truth is that that's what I've just explicated, and before that, that's generally speaking. Naturalism takes a lot of forms, right? The most common form is just in terms of an approach to an ontology. It's not committing to a particular ontology.
I
Now,
don't
God
really
is-
consider her a philosopher.
Now, God is.
Fiona Ellis?
Now, God
Hold-
is
hold
knowable
on.
through science. Then that makes sense to me because if God is interacting with the real world, with reality, then it should be those things should be detectable with
Tangible,
reality.
yes, I would agree. If there was some sort of interaction that the supernatural had, even if we couldn't define the mechanism, the implication of it should still be there. And at least personally, in my opinion, I would argue we don't see the implications of that. I would also add to that when we observe something, the only precedent, and I think that everybody can agree with this, the only precedent we have for providing some sort of mechanistic explanation for things are physical or natural. We've never in any way, shape, or form ever in the history of ever observed or defined something that is non-natural in its explicative power or its predictive capabilities.
Yeah.
And I think that's very telling, personally.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna skip that, but no, like Fiona Ellis, you wrote a book called God, Value, and Nature, and she argues that everyone should be naturalist, but that naturalism can accommodate the idea of value in God, and she's a professional philosopher.
Wait, do you think naturals are paranatural or not naturals? Do you think numbers are paranatural?
Paranatural? No, I'm a Platonist, unless you mean something different by paranatural that I'm not.
That which is above nature, like on its own.
Oh, non-natural. Yeah. Then yes, I do think numbers are non-natural.
Okay, then I would present. I forgot who said we had never seen anything non-natural.
I've never seen a number.
Well, I thought he meant seen as in like a loose definition of seen, like aware of.
Wait, so a quick question: so you said I'm going to provide a definition that I think applies to paranatural, and I want you to tell me if you think it's accurate, Cerberus. Paranatural is that which exists metaphysically external to and independently of the natural.
Metaphysically. Oh no. I don't think it has to be. I mean, I don't think the definition has to include metaphysically.
So would you say it's just that which in any sense, or at least in most senses, exists external to and independently of the natural?
And I don't even think it has to be
Where
independently.
did you get that term? I've never heard that term.
I haven't either.
It's an old term.
Oh,
It's
okay.
been around a while. I don't think it gets used an awful lot. So but it comes out of like late medieval period. Right? And it's just fallen out of favor. It would be like if
consider
you
it
removed
synonymous with supernatural in
No.
some senses.
No.
Are UFOs paranatural on your
Hold on, Cerberus. I mean this just genuine question. Might I ask you how you would differentiate between something paranatural and something supernatural?
Okay, so how the term that was usually used was there was the natural, which is stuff you saw, like stuff that the monks saw in nature, like the deer runs across the forest, all that sort of stuff. That's normal natural things. Paranatural was things that were either unseen in nature, where you didn't see them, would be stuff like in the mind. If they were abstract and didn't have like a physical existence, that would be paranatural.
Okay.
And there might have been a few cases in which like man-made devices were considered paranatural, but I don't know if that really follows from how they were using the term a whole lot.
Okay. As you've defined it, I would acknowledge the existence of paranatural things, but I would still claim, and maybe you would agree or maybe you would disagree, that supernatural, which and people might disagree, but I've looked heavily into the etymology of the word and how it's generally used and how a lot of people use it. Is that supernatural is defined as that which exists metaphysically, externally to, and independent of the natural world. But as you've defined it, I would argue that paranatural is in some senses an extension of the natural world.
Yeah, yeah. Since most of the things that they would call paranatural is because of humans.
Yeah,
I mean, I believed in other things that were paranatural. That
Wait,
were
on your view, is paranatural a subset of non-natural things?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's how it was used.
Oh, so what's non-natural that's not paranatural?
What's non-natural that's not paranatural? It would be supernatural.
Yeah.
Oh, so wait, no, wait.
Go ahead.
So supernatural things are non-natural things, but they're not paranatural things. Is that how I understand you?
Yeah, the paranatural things would not be considered natural or supernatural.
How do you distinguish non-natural and supernatural?
Well, one of the ways. Well, there's two main ways. One is you don't observe them in like nature, absent of like humanity or like thought or mind, right? And then there's also the sense that like a superhero,
like a self-existence or something.
like a superhero would have also. They didn't exist back then, but they would have probably have also been considered paranatural.
Yeah, but these are I don't accept the category because I don't understand the criterion. It seems like you're just giving me examples, though.
Can I say something here? Because maybe I'm misunderstanding the terms, but as I'm seeing it, is that, or how I would define it, is that you have the natural, and then paranatural would be an extension of that that's not necessarily related in all senses to the natural, whereas supernatural would be something, again, more in a metaphysical sense, external to that natural realm. What's existence is generally independent of it, where I would argue personally that the paranatural still depends in some senses on the existence of the natural for its existence. So where one is an extension of the natural and one is external to the natural, but I that might not be how Cerberus is using the terms.
Yeah, I think that there's just I don't know. I've never heard of paranatural, but in terms of the distinction between non-natural and supernatural, to me, it's not a matter of denotation; it's just a matter of connotation. I don't use supernatural because there are connotations with that are distracting for the average listener, right? They would think supernatural to think God, but they don't think about numbers. Okay, so the connotation's confused there when the denotation is the exact same, on my view, with respect to non-natural. Because you want to distinguish connotation and denotation. Certain words don't have connotations, but all words, if they're being used, have denotations.
So, and I want to make sure that I'm understanding you properly. So again, this is a genuine question. As you're using them, can you define what you mean or define the difference between connotation and denotation? Because it's not that I'm like confused, but I don't think I can see. It's not that there isn't a distinction. I'm not seeing it, and I think that you.
Yeah, I just take it to be something like this. The denotation of the word is how I'm using it. The connotation of the word is how people are interpreting it. With respect to in terms of outside how I'm using it. So, for instance, if I say that I stole something from a store, okay, or something like that. That just strictly means the way I'm using those terms is something like I took what was originally from the stores. I took what was originally from the stores for my own possession, right? People are going to understand what that denotes, but there's going to be a connotation that it's wrong. Okay, but the wrongness is not denoted. Okay, that's just the connotation.
It is actually denoted.
So,
hold on. No, it's not. It's a matter of law.
It's a separate characteristic, though, a separate property.
You stole it. The term "stole" it comes from law.
Yeah, that's not how I'm using it.
And that's the point. So, Dan, I wanted to ask you, and this might be oversimplistic, so bear with me here. Maybe not oversimplistic, definitely simplistic. So bear with me here. Would you agree that denotation is more the utility of a word in some particular context, or maybe generally speaking, whereas connotation is the interpretation of that in a more broad sense?
Maybe. Let me just repeat it and tell me, and just interrupt if you're not understanding or if I'm not being understood. Okay. So I take Dummett's view about language, a meaning as a use, that the meaning of a word is the use of the word.
Okay. And just really quickly, and again, this might seem somewhat like pedantic or, like useless, but I just want to make sure I'm understanding. When you say the use of the word, does that relate to the context in which the utility of the word is being applied, or is that sort of secondary?
That relies on my intention.
Oh, okay. And is that intention with a T, correct? I'm assuming.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Then what would be wrong, if anything, with me saying when you use the word stole there, Danny, that word stole denotes a breaking of the law.
Can I have him
explain?
explain?
Yeah, but you're just equivocating on means.
Yeah, I want him to explain what he means by denotation and it's not that like I disagree with him. I want to make sure I'm understanding what he's saying when he uses, because I don't know. I don't think that I understand those terms well enough to understand the distinction between them. So I'd like him to kind of dive into that so that I understand where he's coming from.
Can you entertain me and allow me to have a shot at it real quick?
I'll just have a chat with Danny later.
All right. If you
see everybody.
Entertain me by allowing me to take a stab at it real quick.
Yeah, go.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, there's also another issue in this, but don't worry about that. The denotation is me telling grandma, "Let's go eat." So let's eat grandma. And the connotation is grandma screaming in terror that she's going to die.
Yeah,
is that with or without a comma? Oh, it's without comma. Okay.
So it's the let's eat, comma, grandma denotation. Let's eat grandma connotation.
Yeah.
You know what I get from this? Commas save lives.
I mean, yes.
Commas are the difference between helping your Uncle Jack off a horse.
I was thinking about that.
And your Uncle Jack off a horse.
Yes.
So, by the way, Doubting, it's not that I was shutting you down or anything like that. I'm more than willing to. You can engage with Danny. I wanted to understand the terms he was using before we moved on, so that I understand them. So, as Cerberus outlined it with the analogy, Danny, is that pretty accurate, or do you have anything to add?
I didn't understand his example, but I don't fault him for that. I just didn't get it. But I think there's just simpler examples, maybe. Like, look, the word, let's take the word skinny.
Can we can we please, could we just stay on the word stole for a second?
No, because that's going to confuse you. Anyway, it's
not. It's not. I'm actually trying to understand.
Well, let's use a simpler example, because I know what you're saying and I know how to respond, but it's just going to be we're going to be tangled in it until I'm communicate to Leo what I'm thinking. Okay.
All right. I'll just bow out then.
Okay.
No, you don't need to bow out.
I'm almost done. We're almost done. Look, take the words skinny and fat. These are purely descriptive. Okay. When a doctor says you are fat, they might just be using the word in a way where you're just weigh 300 pounds. That's all they mean. That's the primary use. That's the primary usage.
Well, comparative to what you should be by a whole bunch of different factors. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait,
yeah.
hold on. Just really quick, Danny, just because I might be able to I guess preempt this with my understanding that connotation, or rather denotation to start with, is like sort of the direct utility of a word in some context, whereas the connotation are the maybe the ideals or the feelings associated with the usage of that word.
So look, I utter X. X I just take to mean you weigh 300 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's the primary meaning. That's how I'm using it. But someone hears X and they think, oh no, I feel bad. I feel like that's not good. That's the connotation. I didn't say my X did not denote in virtue of the primary usage of X was not to make them feel bad, right? It's just that there's some other factor that in the interpretation process that causes the person that's interpreting me to feel bad, and that's the connotation.
Okay, yeah.
Well, in that example, if the person you're calling fat thinks you're saying it with a PH and not an F, would that also count as a connotation?
Well, I think they're just misinterpreting me, perhaps.
Yeah,
Well, that's what I'm saying. Wouldn't that highlight what a connotation is?
Well, if I didn't want them to think that it should be negative or something like that, then there's a kind of misinterpretation there. Yeah.
As I'm understanding it, the denotation would refer to the primary meaning of some word, whereas the connotation would refer to, like I said, like personal ideals or feelings that are associated with the usage of that word that may or may not directly. You know what? Let me not add that part because that might confuse things. Where the denotation is what the primary meaning of a word is, and the connotation are the personal ideals or feelings associated with its usage. Is that accurate?
That's how I would say it. Yeah, that's the way to say it.
Okay.
Yeah, like the word. Look, if X refers to you weigh 300 pounds, is there any kind of word there that necessarily implies negative or bad?
No, it's
right?
how the person takes it.
Right.
So
that's the connotation.
Well, so denotation is how you're using it. Connotation is how the person takes or interprets how you're using the word
outside the primary use.
Yeah.
Without outside of the primary use. Yeah.
Okay.
And we're bracketing misinterpretation.
Yep. Okay. I'm on page. Hopefully, I didn't.
What was the context of this? What was the context
board.
I don't even remember, and I apologize.
I don't know what the fuck.
Remember? Oh, supernatural.
Yes.
Okay. So the idea,
so
supernatural, on my view, just means non-natural, but it has a connotation that non-natural does not have. It is true that non-natural things include God. It's also true that supernatural things include God. But when you hear the word supernatural, the connotation, people's idea of God pops up. But when they hear the word non-natural, it doesn't pop up as often. So the connotation is too distracting if all I want to do is express the denotation. I don't want any of the baggage of the connotation of supernatural. So I use a different word to refer to denote the same thing without the connotation.
Speed, if you can hear me, come to your computer so I can share my screen.
There was no need to do that, Leo. Just
does that make sense, Randolph? You looked at the screen. I was wondering what you thought. Oh, you're muted.
Sorry, I was looking at something else, and I just missed
my
the last bit. Sorry.
I don't know. Like, I get what you're saying, but I still prefer to use the word supernatural.
Yeah, but you understand that has a connotation.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I find it depends on who you're talking to. Like here in Canada, there's a lot of people who don't follow religion and are atheists. So we don't. Supernatural, like we look at things like Halloween and think, okay, that's a metaphor for supernatural ideas which aren't necessarily religious. And there's even religious people here who think this way. So it really depends on the culture. Like, I think if you went to Vatican City and talked about supernatural stuff, probably I wouldn't be surprised if a lot more people equated that with God's capabilities.
Yeah, the idea is that the denotation is determined by your use of the word. The connotation is not determined by you. It's determined on a societal level or the other person.
Mm-hmm. That sounds reasonable.
Usually at least.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
This is going to cost you guys.
Speed. I need to share my screen.
I don't see a screen to share.
Well, give me just a
So, like, the problem, Randolph, is that there are a lot of philosophers that are atheists but are non-naturalists. So what they do...
Sorry, why is that a problem?
Well, because they don't want to use the term supernatural because the connotation is that they're theist.
Oh, that's a strange assumption to make from my perspective.
Oh, really? Okay. Is that strange for anyone else? Because that's not strange. if someone says, I believe in the supernatural, that invokes like, it could be ghost, it could be God, it could be all these weird stuff, right?
What's strange about it to me is when people are not wanting to use clear terminology because they're afraid that it'll get misinterpreted. Like when you're in a field where you're, like, say you're writing a paper about this stuff, define it in the paper somewhere in the glossary or at the beginning, tell people what you mean, and then you're fine, right?
What is this
theoretically, but you'd be surprised, right? Like that you could give your term,
So-
like think about, wait 1 second. Think about when
walk on eggshells seems absurd to me.
Okay.
Yeah, but think about this, right? When I stipulated that what I mean by the definition under my view of meaning is use. What happened was when I was engaged by Thomas, he used a different notion of meaning.
Yeah.
And so you could stipulate it. And so what I could have done is just get rid of the notion of meaning, the sound meaning, and just used the word use. And that way I would have overcome that sort of it.
Or you could have done what you did, is have a conversation and clarify, and then you can find interesting discourse. And to me, that's preferable.
Oh, well, I think it just depends.
So can I just want to explain for both Cerberus, Snape here, Cerberus, and Danny. So what's the blue line to the red line would define the supernatural, and the red line to the green line would define the natural, and what's contained within the green, well, I shouldn't say line circles, is the paranatural. So the paranatural here is an extension or a subset of the natural, and that, at least whether anybody believes this or not, because I don't, but generally speaking, the natural would be considered a subset of the supernatural. This is how I'm understanding it. Now you guys tell me whether you guys think it's accurate.
It seems like paranatural means something like eminence.
So I would agree that's how it was usually used. Although there's a bunch of argument, like if they were looking at this and they understood it like I did, I think they would say that paranatural is mostly in natural, but it would have like a little arm outside of it.
Okay,
because they would, if God came down and caused lightning to strike the ground and it hit water and the water gushed out of the ground, the lightning coming down, striking the ground, causing water to jet up would be paranatural, even though it was caused by a supernatural thing.
Is this a little bit more accurate?
Yeah.
Seems like
okay.
You're just saying it's a mental effect.
But I just want to say really quickly here to try to, I would consider everything past that point supernatural. And I understand that might not be how it's originally used, but and maybe I'm just misunderstanding the usage of the term, but beyond that sort of that black line, I would just consider everything that's out here. That's not the color I wanted. What the fuck? Fucking little
fine. I think you got it, because I think most people nowadays would say that given any individual paranatural thing, they would just classify it as natural or supernatural.
Yeah. They could almost be reduced to one or the other, you would say, in some senses.
Yeah, I think the only time I would ever really use it in modern times is when someone thinks like numbers exist abstractly.
Okay. I mean, I think they exist as abstracts, but I still think that numbers, I think that they're immaterial, but I think that they're physical. So,
more specifically, I would say Plato thought numbers were paranatural.
I've never heard this term. I've never heard it in any. It must be a very old term.
Yeah, it's probably a bit esoteric.
Yeah,
I mean, I've read some ancient philosophy. I mean, I've read a lot, but I've just never seen that word.
Well, this is medieval. This is the second period.
Medieval. I have not read a lot of medieval stuff.
So, I just a quick question, Cerberus. Are we talking medieval in the sense of like high Middle Ages, or are we talking like
Augustine, Aquinas?
Are we talking somewhere in the period of like antiquities transitioning into the early Middle Ages?
So this would be way after the Romans. So I would say high medieval.
Okay.
Is that Aquinas and Augustine and all them?
So yeah, like 600s to 1300s, which is generally a category of high Middle Ages.
And I don't even know if Aquinas would have even used the term.
I need to read Augustine and Aquinas. Apparently, they're very good to read.
So can I answer a question in chat? Kafai said, I think that they're immaterial, but I think that they're physical. Please elaborate for me. And maybe you weren't here at the time, but I define a difference between what it means to be material and what it means to be physical. Speed's probably not at a screen.
Wait, did I just go back in time?
No. Deja vu. Anyway, so I would argue that what is material is a subset of the physical. So that something can be physical, but not necessarily material, but all things that are material are by definition physical. So I would argue that like the mind is immaterial, but it's still physical. Quantum fields are immaterial, but they're still physical. Where material means made up of matter, whereas physical means defined by non-zero real quantities that can be extant in reality and what's effects can be defined, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's made of matter. Like quantum fields.
Yeah.
We define them by
Leo,
real numbers,
look,
but
I think your distinction is a very technical distinction. I totally understand.
It very much is.
Aren't you just going to get tired of explaining it? Like, I feel like I would just like say I'm a materialist if everyone else, because everyone, what they mean by materialism in like YouTube and on Discord is just naturalism, right?
Well,
so,
I would just argue these people are not respecting the nuances that have been generally granted to these different ideologies.
Well, you just have a lot more energy than I do.
I mean, I can get that. At some point, people just get fucking tired of it. But people like Otangelo keeps talking about our materialism. I just keep saying I'm not a materialist, so I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
And you enjoy that? I would just be like,
well, it's not that I enjoy it. It's just that he's misrepresenting my position, and I'm gonna correct him every time.
He means something totally different.
What's that?
He just means naturalism when he says that.
Well, then he should use the word naturalism, should he not?
Well, I don't know.
I would say that he should. I mean, if you mean naturalism, then use naturalism.
I mean, I think if it's Otangelo, I wouldn't have that expectation. I would just be like, if you insist on using your terms, remember, I'm not arguing with you. I'm just saying.
No,
like,
I know.
The point is that like, if I didn't view myself as a materialist, and they said you're a materialist, I would just be responding like, oh, I'm a naturalist, if that's what you mean. That's what I would do. Easy, right? Like I wouldn't have to, well, naturalism versus materialism, and I just have so, like I would just be like, oh, if what you mean is that you're charging me with naturalism, sure. But I don't see a problem in what you're saying.
This is why I kind of, in some senses, laugh when people call you pedantic, Danny, because I'm probably a bit more pedantic than you are.
Look, I actually don't understand that charge. I really do not. It's so bizarre to me. Actually, no, quite the opposite. I totally understand it, but it's just so ridiculously unjustified. The point is that when you're having these discussions, what I found is the subject that dedicates itself to these discussions have their terms for a certain reason, right? If you don't, the reason why I'm teaching you, not you, Leo, but the person I'm talking to, everything that I mean and what people mean in philosophy by these things, right, is that it helps us communicate later. Because look, there are some vague terms. Look, think about the word theory, hyper vague, right? Well, if you're talking to a scientist, the scientist should tell you, look, this is what I mean by theory. I don't mean what you're saying. Don't use it that way. That's going to cause confusion. Right? And so then to charge him with pedantic? I don't think you've ever charged me with being pedantic, right?
I don't think you're pedantic. I really don't.
Yeah, I've noticed that people keep asking you, Danny, to be more specific about what you mean. So that's not typical of people who are pedantic.
Yeah, I mean, but it is true that I use a specific set of vocabulary, and people don't like going through that kind of vocabulary
That's normal. Most people, I think, do.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, I'm sorry, I'm going to go, you have to go, if you're going to have a conversation, let's say, on free will, that conversation is thick. Very, very thick. There are strict notions of what random
Thick as
means.
molasses in winter.
Yeah, there's a notion of cause and random that are very different, especially randomness. Randomness is a vague term. You have to be very clear that what we mean by random in philosophy when we're discussing free will is indeterminate, uncaused, right? Not that it's unpredictable, right?
And even in physics, random does not necessarily mean unpredictable. So yeah, I mean, definitely.
And philosophers make a big boo-boo with the word determinism, right? Determinism does not mean strict determinism. It doesn't mean scientific determinism, right? That all it means is that there was a prior cause to the event or to the, right? That's all it means.
Exactly.
Right? And so
there was some antecedent factor that in some sense gave rise to the event that is being discussed. That might
exactly. It does not mean scientific determinism.
Yes.
It does not mean it, right? That's a specific kind of determinism.
Yeah. Where just for everybody, scientific determinism states that if you know all the initial conditions of the system, you know every possible way in which it could evolve. Which is not how philosophers use it. Danny is correct. That's not what philosophers mean when they talk about determinism.
And causation, right? There's law-like causation. There's singular causation. Oh, is this pedantic? No, there's a huge difference between those two kinds of causation.
No, this is philosophy. Yeah.
Yeah. And the thing is, philosophy is I just like science, particular with the terms that they're using, and you need to understand it from within the context that which it is being used. I don't consider that pedantic.
Yeah, and I was just talking in the context of free will. Did you know that my notion of free will is built on the distinction between singular and law-like causation? Like, if you don't understand that distinction, you won't understand why I think we are free. Right?
Yeah, I don't think I fully understand that distinction, but it's not that I disagree with it. I don't think I fully.
It's actually pretty easy, right? A causes B. If there's no further explanation, it's singular. Okay. If A causes B and there's a further explanation in terms of a law, that's law-like causation.
Okay, and is that to say that like if A causes B, but something caused A that causes B, then that makes it not singular?
Is it if one causes two and two causes if A causes B and B causes C, if that causal chain can be further explained in terms of laws, if it can be further explained in terms of anything other than a causal relation, that means that it's law-like, then it's not singular.
Okay.
So if A causes B, but there's no law regarding A and B, then it's singular. And I think that to me is what I say, that's mental causation, right? I don't think mental causation is law-like, okay? I think mental causation is singular, which is why we're free. Because the idea of a law-like causation is that it determines every outcome in the future, right? If there are laws presiding A, B, C, and D, and so on, that means that D is decided in the future. It's already determined in the future. But singular causation allows for the possibility of the future being open. So in that sense, I think we're free, which is precisely why I think we can't be natural.
Yeah. And that I was about to say, I think that in my head, I think this plays into, Danny's, how he views, naturalism in the mind and everything like that.
Right. Because, imagine, think about stuff like deliberation. I decide whether I should write my paper, which I should be doing, by the way, or I should be talking to you. Okay. Now, when I say that what explains my decision is my reason to talk to you, okay, on naturalism, there's a further explanation that sort of is more overarching, right? That rather that the causal relation between my mental state, my reason to speak with you, and my behavior of clicking the mouse and opening the windows and all of that, the action, if that's further explained, then my mental state is odious in terms of the explanatory framework, right?
Yeah.
That's to say, it's just can be overlooked. We don't need to appeal to that mental state. And so that's why I think that's where it stops, right? When I desire to have a conversation with you and then I act, That's it's simple, done. No further explanation.
Yep. Yeah, I get you.
What are you writing your paper on, Danny?
Virtue ethics.
Virtue ethics. Oh.
So gross.
I like the
I
topic.
actually really like Rosalind Hursthouse. Because
like
Rosalind. Sorry, go ahead, Randolph.
I like the topic of ethics. That sounds interesting to me.
Oh, I love it too. That's one of my specialties. My specialties are philosophy of religion, and then I would say moral philosophy and philosophy of mind are my two others. But I don't feel like I'm amazing at philosophy of mind. I feel like I'm pretty good at philosophy of religion and ethics for the most part. Like I'm very good at identifying problems there. But after there are certain versions of views of the mind that I don't feel comfortable explaining. So that's why. But although I think my heaviest interest is philosophy of mind, but yeah, I love ethics. Rosalind Hursthouse is who I'm reading right now, and she is so. I love her criticisms of deontological ethics, like Kantian ethics and utilitarianism. I think. Speed unmuted.
How do you spell her name?
Oh, Speed.
Rosalind. Hursthouse, Hursthouse. She wrote a book called On Virtue.
Speed. So do you guys do this full time or what? Like this is your full time job being online?
Is your full time job just like diminishing and destroying conversations?
Yes.
Well, then we're both doing our full time job.
It's quarter to 2. Don't you have a fucking wife? Any of
No. I do have a wife in the future, and she doesn't know she's my wife. Randolph knows who I'm talking about.
Well, Amelia Earhart doesn't know.
I think Leo has
No,
good taste.
Amelia Earhart does not know.
I think Leo has good taste. My wife's asleep, so
you like ethics, Randolph? I could talk about ethics all day. Do you have a particular ethical view?
Oh no,
Before you dive into that, Danny, I did want to say
I'm more generalist, but go ahead.
You're a generalist.
My interests are kind of general and I'm not really specialized in it, but it's an area that I want to study more. So
we should talk about it, Randolph, and we can read something together if you want.
I actually think Randolph and Danny could have really good discussions because they're both honest. They're both they want to get to the root of what somebody believes and why, and they're both willing to say, you know what, I don't know if I agree with that, or this is the objection that I have, and I appreciate that about both of them. Anyway,
I appreciate that, Leo. Thank you very much.
While we're talking about, and I'm looking for your.
I strive for this, so I really appreciate your thoughts there.
And I am looking forward to your debate with Quantum John. Oh, it's going to be fun. That's going to be a fun one.
I'm looking forward to
that. A debate about science.
Not really. Isn't it like, is atheism like the rational worldview that you reach, or like the most? It's something along those lines, isn't it?
Yeah, the topic is if atheism is the rational conclusion of skepticism.
Yes. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. So it's going to be a bit philosophical. I'm assuming probably Quantum John picked the topic.
He picked it he just picked it as the rational conclusion. So I said, well, add skepticism and critical thinking to that, and then
I see.
Got a deal. And he said, okay. And James said he's got to shorten it, but he'll explain. It'll be skepticism and quantum or critical thinking. So they kind of go together, those two. So
all I'm saying, Randolph, is do not be afraid to chirp back at him, because he's going to be a chirpy motherfucker.
I'm never afraid, man. You know that.
Danny, you know who I'm talking about when
I'm not a YouTuber. I just joined YouTube a few months ago. I'm in Discord.
Danny.
Did you see my most recent conversation with Darth Dawkins?
I did, actually. Was that the one on? That wasn't on MathPig's channel. I don't.
No.
Whose channel was that on? Was that Rage It? No,
that was on Discord. And
no, I don't think I saw that one.
Oh, okay.
Randolph, you get on Discord often?
I listen it to in my truck sometimes because I got a recording on my
server?
And I laugh right from the beginning, because at the end, before he rage quit, Darth Dawkins was trying to tell me that there's no difference between implicit and explicit.
Oh, can you? Wait. Actually,
what?
I'm not so sure. What do those terms mean again? Like in terms of language?
No, just we're talking about beliefs, and I said implicitly, yeah, I can go along with what you're saying, but explicitly, I don't hold that belief. And and he raged at me and said, "There's no difference between implicit and explicit, Randolph," were his words.
Wait. I'm on Team Darth here. I actually never heard of the distinction in terms of belief. Could you explain?
Oh, okay. So I was he was trying to put forward the idea that he's got this definition of God that either all facts must be dependent on this deity.
Yeah.
And then he tries to put it in phrasing it as a dichotomy, as either that or not. And he calls it a true dichotomy. And I say, no, that's not a true dichotomy unless you can demonstrate that it has to be all or nothing. And he says, well, what's the third option? I said, one of the options is some facts are dependent on it. And that's why I don't agree with it being a true dichotomy. And so he goes back and forth. And so anyway, he starts saying that if I agree with this kind of concept, I said, well, I can agree implicitly that I believe there's no deity because I'm not believing, but explicitly I don't hold that belief. So explicitly I have if it was an explicit thing that I was saying deities don't exist, then I would have a reason. I should have some kind of reason to justify that. But if it's an implicit thing, it's based on something else he supplied. So it's not something that I'm actively explicitly holding. It's just the consequence of it is that he could argue that I'm kind of on that side of thinking it. So I was trying to explain that to him, this distinction, and he was saying he's not accepting it because what he's doing is he's thinking in terms of black and white. He's committing the black and white fallacy, and he doesn't like it. Now, in debates, I don't normally tell people what fallacy they're committing. I just try to go at the issues because I think when people start listing off fallacies, it kind of takes away from the quality of the conversation.
Yeah, but look, I think I'm still on. Okay, let me finish. Okay, so before you leap at me, I think I'm still on Team Darth here, right? And I'll try to, but maybe there might be.
I try to summarize.
Okay, one second, Leo. Let me just really quick, right? Look, I do agree with you. If the dichotomy is either that there's 100,
all facts or no facts.
All facts or no facts. No, that's not right. Yeah,
but
he would have to say.
He says all facts are dependent on his God, and otherwise it's not possible to have a world without that.
Yeah, Darth says all facts are dependent on God, or that essentially no facts are, and you have an inconsistent and indefensible.
That is a false dichotomy. So I agree with you there, but I don't know why he just doesn't phrase it this way. Are you sure he didn't phrase it this way? Because it works as a true dichotomy phrases this way: that either all facts are dependent on God, or that it's not the case that all facts are dependent on God. That's a true dichotomy.
Well, the thing is, though, I said to him, I don't agree with that. Like, if with those conditions, yeah, but I don't agree that those are the only possible options.
But what I just gave is the only possible.
That's why I rejected it.
But hold on. What if it is the case that a God exists and some facts are dependent on it, but not all facts? Then
you would just take it would be false that all facts depend on God.
Yeah, but the other one is that it is not the case that all facts depend on God.
Look, I rephrased it.
Hang on. It wasn't just a proposition.
I said it, and okay.
But it wasn't just a proposition. It was a dichotomy. He said it's a dichotomy.
Yeah, Darth does that. I'm sorry, Darth does that. He does that.
It is. Well, dichotomies can be formed propositionally. It is either A or B.
But you were looking at it as a proposition, I think, in terms of whether I accept that or not. And but he was saying it's a true dichotomy, and so he's trying to force me to pick one option or the other and not consider a gray area.
I agree with you that in the way that you initially stated it was not a true dichotomy, but the way I rephrased it is a true dichotomy. Either that all facts are dependent on God, or it's not true that all facts are dependent on God.
So in order to make that a true dichotomy, you're going to have to eliminate the option of some facts being dependent.
Well, hold on.
Leo, you see it, right?
Yeah. The thing is that if all facts are dependent, it's either all facts are dependent on God. So it is true all facts are dependent on God, or it is not true that all facts are dependent on God. In the latter case, that can mean that only some are dependent on God, or inclusive, or that No, actually, I think that would be exclusive, or that no facts are dependent on God, which is a true dichotomy. Either all facts are dependent on God or they're not. But in the case that they're not, that can mean that
but that's not the dichotomy that he
still are.
Right, then, yeah, that's fair.
Not the dichotomy.
But I would also agree that
But that's not the dichotomy he presented.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair, Randolph. I was just saying if he presented it that way.
Darth presents. I really don't.
Yeah, he didn't present it as a simple proposition of do you agree
true or
that all
false.
facts are dependent on
Yeah.
God?
And
He
even if that's
presented
what he meant, I don't think that would have been the way that he presented it, because he would have tried to. I think that what a lot of what Darth tries to do is trap people in a rhetorical strategy to browbeat them back into a corner.
Randolph, do you think he's a good
he tried to
debater?
browbeat me big time. Yep.
Randolph, do you think he's a good debater?
Oh Christ!
Because
Danny.
I think so.
I think
Can
that.
I get a word in?
Hold
I
on.
think
Let's let Randolph answer.
Oh no!
I think-
I know it's your channel, but Danny asked Randolph a question. Come on, you're not going to let the guy answer.
No.
So you're not going to let the guy answer. Okay.
Okay, Leo. Leo, can you call me when you guys are wrapping up so I can end the fucking stream, because I want to go to sleep.
You could have put that in a private chat, my guy.
I could have put that in a private chat, but then I wouldn't be sure that you saw it.
I'm literally looking at the private chat right now. The most recent messages from Randolph Richardson at 1:44 a.m. my time. Rosalind Hursthouse.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just typing in the name.
Both. I always, and just for future reference for anybody here, I always check both. If I see like a tab that says 1 or 2 or however many, I'm always checking both.
I try to do that too. So
okay, kids, you're gonna call me Leo, right? Because
Yes.
I don't want the fucking stream to do a praise run for 18 hours. Okay, thank you.
I will specifically call you. Yes.
Thank you. I'm
think-
going to be really grumpy, but call me. Okay, goodbye.
You'll know he's grumpy because he'll come back as Speed of Grumpy.
Speed of Grumpy, right? Take care, guys.
Peace out.
Wait, how long is it till his REM cycle? That's when we should call him.
Danny, you're a fucking weenie.
So I do want to answer your question.
Good night, Winnie.
Okay, I do want to answer your question. So, Darth, I think, is definitely capable of being a good debater, but the way he conducts these conversations, he doesn't seem to be trying to debate. He doesn't seem interested in debate to me. He seems to be more interested in running, for the most part, an interrogation.
Exactly.
And I'm one of those few interlocutors who's not expecting a debate from him. I'm actually okay with him running an interrogation because with an interrogation, the person being interrogated can ask questions a little bit. And I'm okay with it going that way. And I did have a little back and forth with him, but I did let him mostly ask the questions. So I'm okay with exploring it and see where it all goes. I'm actually quite interested. What I get from him, I find quite valuable, is he pushes really hard and he uses a lot of deceptive tactics.
Loaded language.
So for me, this is really good practice for hardening my own skills when I am in debates or other interrogations. I haven't actually been interrogated by anybody else.
I agree with Randolph's synopsis actually completely. I think he has the potential to be a good debater, but the methodology that he utilizes is more interrogation than it is debate. I
would say great debater. He has potential to be a great debater.
He really does. Like if Darth would be willing to let other people ask him questions, and be willing to let people explore his worldview, I think that he would do better. But I think that what Darth wants to do is he doesn't want anybody to ask him questions. He doesn't want to explore his worldview. He doesn't want to be on the defensive. He wants to be only on the offensive. He wants to ask you questions, and he's going to keep asking the same questions until, regardless of the answer you give, even if it's your honest answer, until you give him the answer he wants, so that he can browbeat you back into a corner and get you to admit his point. That's what I think he's trying to do.
And I think his pressure tactics work.
And I genuinely mean no disrespect to Danny, but I think he is the only person out of at least a dozen that has said that they think that Darth is a good debater. And I'm not disparaging Danny when I say that. I'm just being honest. I'm just
saying something like this. When Darth debates, he does it well.
So, Danny, I'm curious what your reaction is to my assessment.
Oh, I agree. But I'm just saying that when he debates, it's difficult. When there is a debate, it's very difficult.
I think somebody who's not used, because I've had a lot of people tell me, "Oh, I don't think Randolph did good," and I was like, "No. If you look at it, Randolph is letting him ask questions and answering honestly, and I think that makes Randolph a better interlocutor in a discussion because he's being honest, he's answering questions, and Randolph would say, I think I've already answered that question. I mean, I can answer again if you want me to, but I think I've already answered." That's the way Darth needs to be.
When I say look, your responses, both of y'all gave the same response essentially. Okay, but to me, this is what I hear. Okay, I make the claim Darth is a good debater, and then y'all respond. Well, all he does is jog.
Okay, my experience with him is what I was talking about. I'm not talking about the other people's experiences with him because I haven't seen all the different interactions he's had with people. You're saying that he's actually done debates, so all I can do is take your word for it. I don't have any reason to disbelieve you on it. So I'm quite okay
sometimes the interrogation has snippets of debate.
Yeah. And okay,
that's
what not a debate, but don't kid yourself. It's not a debate. It is an interrogation.
There's only one instance. I've never interacted with Darth. Well, I have a few times on Pal Talk back when he was Evolution False and he was on Pal Talk. But
wait, you're that old now?
Oh, yes, I am. I believe me, I know Darth.
You're probably a teenager.
I was 17, 18, 19.
You were on Pal Talk?
Yep.
With who?
Anyway, Darth Dawkins, Evolution False. There was a guy who went by the name well, I know his most recent username is Gravity is a false flag. I used to think I think it was
I think I've seen that name.
God, what did it used to be? Something like that. And he was similar to Darth, but wasn't a pre-sup. But the only interaction I've seen Darth engage in that I would consider where he was actually engaging in debate was his interaction with Ask Yourself. And I think he said more than one. So it's the one that I saw. It was maybe like 50.
That was on Discord.
Yeah, it was roughly an hour long. And the thing is, Ask Yourself was this is a very revealing discussion for anybody who has or wants to watch it. He really, really digs into Darth's worldview, and you begin to see a lot of weaknesses. I would
wait, but you see, this is a bad example because I think Ask Yourself is one of the best debaters on Discord.
I
and
think
on YouTube.
Ask Yourself is a phenomenal debater. I still think I could kick his ass on the name the trade argument.
Well, the point is that even if you do, it's not going to look like it.
Bet. Anyway.
It's only someone that can reason that can identify when Ask Yourself is lost.
Do you think I can't reason? And I want
no.
you to
I'm saying that there are certain people that you debate against that it might seem like you've even lost, but anybody that's just thought about the arguments and the rebuttals and the objections would have come to a different conclusion. Ask Yourself it's not easy to embarrass Ask Yourself.
Well, I'm not talking about embarrassing. To me, winning a debate is not about embarrassing your opponent.
To me, it is. So part of it is rhetoric.
I'm sorry, but I mean, I think that's a part of it, but I don't think that embarrassment.
Look, you're taking the philosophical notion of debate as having a dialectic.
Exactly. I'm not trying to embarrass people. When I go into debates, I'm not going in to win.
I think I am when I'm debating.
I would prefer to win, but that isn't like my main goal. My main goal is to understand their position, object to it, and present mine in a way that I feel is going to draw more people to it.
Maybe we need different things.
My desire is to be proven wrong so that I can learn something.
Oh no, that's not my desire. Look, I think that what you mean by debate is what I mean by having a dialectic. That's the difference, I think.
Yeah, probably. But I didn't want to say to either Randolph or Danny. If either of you two can get me, maybe Danny might be able to give me a debate with Darth on PC, philosophical checkmate. I've never had I've had some back and forth with him on.
Are we connected on Discord?
You're in Peter Deductor's channel, right? I think I have you as a friend, but I'm not sure.
I will introduce you to the person who can probably arrange it.
Because
I want to read out this definition, not to say that you should adopt it. I'm just saying this is where I'm coming from, and this is from Wikipedia. Dialectic resembles belief. Dialectic resembles debate, but the concept excludes subjective elements such as emotional appeal and the modern pejorative sense of rhetoric. So I take rhetoric and the emotional and the perception of win and losing and winning to be included in the notion of debate, but dialectics don't have that.
Yes, I have you have a friend, Randolph. I just messaged you a quick hi just so that you know who I am and everything like that.
Excellent.
But
yeah, I'm not in Discord.
I did hear what you said, Danny.
That's the Wikipedia distinction.
Yeah, I have to.
Like in philosophy classes, we don't debate. We don't. We always argue. We argue. Right, there's a dialectic going on. There's disagreement, but there's no debate. Okay, unless then it becomes a matter of sport, then I think it becomes a debate where there's a winner and a loser, and the idea is that there's all sorts of motivations that are included.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think I can agree with you. Yes.
And so while debate is half who reasoned well, the other half is how you're perceived.
Yes. I've often said a debate isn't just it's part how the audience perceived your performance, but it's another part of it, and there can be no pun intended, but there can be a debate on the significance of either of these parts, but it's partly how you are perceived by your audience and partly how you performed in that particular discourse.
Yeah, like think about these two questions. Who won the dialectic and who won the debate?
Yeah.
You see?
Yeah, those are good discerning, good delineation there.
I did want to answer a question that, Danny was talking about like 20 minutes ago on parts of philosophy that we enjoy the most. Mine would be naturally philosophy of science is number 1, logic is number 2, epistemology is number 3, metaphysics is number 4, philosophy of religion 5, and ethics number 6. In that order, specifically.
Ethics is number 6?
Yep.
Oh my gosh, I love ethics.
You know what, Dan? You can slap me around if we ever meet and just be like, you stupid son of a bitch.
Well, actually, my ethical view is very, very basic and common sense for the most part.
If Danny's truly an ethical philosopher, he won't be slapping you around.
No, he won't.
No, I could have an obligation.
Well, it depends on how we view slapping people.
But
unless you ask nicely.
Yeah. Do you just like the survey of moral philosophy, Randolph, or do you like looking at the various views?
Well, I'm still trying to. I'm new to it, so I'm still learning. I'm beginner. I'm novice level on all this.
Do you know what it means to say that you're in medias res?
No, I haven't heard that.
It's not an ethical term. And medias res means you're in the middle of things, right? Which is to say that like certain people go into ethics and they're already not going to give up the notion of a moral fact. Okay, so they're going to start with their moral facts. Now we have to make sense of it, right? Whereas a skeptic like me, I went into it, and kind of and I didn't start in the middle of things. I started from the beginning, right? Is there even a sensible notion of ought, right? That's not a medias res. So I'm asking you, like, when you explore ethics, are you starting with there is right and wrong? Or are you even going so far as the skeptical route? What is there right and wrong?
Oh, I'm not making an assumption that there's any objective sense of ethics. Like, there's like, to me, like I see that I see ethics and morals as subjective, and that.
But you're not starting from that. You need to be convinced.
And where objectivity can be objective an objective determination can be made is where there is agreement amongst all the parties involved on whatever subjective moral standard we've all agreed on. So that's how I look at it. So, and I've actually been in debates where we've talked about objective morality, and so I have ventured into it with very little, if any, philosophical training in this, and I did okay.
Nice.
I did want to ask really quick, Randolph. Would you define yourself as more a moral subjectivist or a moral relativist? And correct me if I'm wrong, Danny, but I do think there are nuances between those two.
There are.
What are the nuances?
Well, so there's like something called like ideal observer theory.
I've heard of that, but I have no fucking clue what it is.
But so I mean, there's also like interesting connotations between what it means to say something's relative versus what something is, whether something is of a subject.
Mm-hmm.
So okay, so like how do I explain it? Okay, take virtue ethics. I think is a good example.
Okay.
Of what a virtue ethicist wants to say is that right action can be explained normatively by a virtuous person. But here's the weird thing. They want to distinguish themselves from the subjectivist point of view. Right? They don't want to go the Nietzschean route where it's just simply a matter of one's perspective in terms of establishing the truth conditions of an act. Okay. But also, they don't want to be a deontologist, right? They don't want to accept rules, codifiable rules that are a function of a particular descriptive state, like pleasure, pain, universalization, like in Kant, which is, if you would want this to happen universally, then that should guide you as to what you should do in the particular case.
I think I'm somewhere between these two.
Yeah.
I thoroughly enjoyed the ethical considerations that were presented in Star Trek, especially The Next Generation. I thought they did it especially well in many of their episodes covering different issues. But it goes much deeper than that. I like Nietzsche's way of thinking on things. I've noticed that a curious thing over the years, because I've kind of looked into it and talked to people, quite a lot of people about it. And I've noticed a bit of a pattern, but maybe it's just me noticing something, and because I haven't talked to, I wouldn't say I've done a statistically significant investigation on this by any stretch of the imagination, but it seems to me that people who have never had any kind of belief in some kind of an afterlife find Nietzsche, don't seem to have a problem with Nietzsche, but people who have believed in some kind of afterlife, or especially those who still do, find Nietzsche quite depressing.
I love Nietzsche, but only the golden nuggets.
I really like him too. Yeah,
I hate reading him.
And
he's
not a bit hard to read.
Actually, there's a love-hate relationship, right? Yeah. He is entertaining to read.
He has, to me, the way he poses questions, the way Nietzsche poses questions is like he has a childlike mind in a way.
Yeah, he's saucy. He's sassy, man. And he's
provocative. He's very open in his thinking, I think, like a child. Like my own kids, they ask why. And I have endless patience with them as they're very young toddlers growing up. And I keep trying to come up with the answer. And I thought, well, this is actually kind of fun. These kids are natural at philosophy. And then I realized all kids are. They're better than most professional philosophers who will stop at some point and stop asking why. The children won't stop asking why.
My position is minimalist when it comes to philosophy, honestly. I used to consider myself a universal prescriptivist, but now I consider myself just a prescriptivist, where I view morality naturally as a normative system, but I view it much the same way that we would view maybe race or gender, where it might have it might be correlated to something, physical or biological or what have you, but it doesn't stand in causal relations with it, where we develop some system based on particular standards that we have conceived of, and then we prescribe those standards to the whole of our society in an intersubjective manner, where we say, one ought adhere to these standards, and those who don't, generally in some way, shape, or form, will suffer some sort of consequence based on whether they positively or negatively accept the standards that we have developed. I don't think morality is objective. The problem I have is that objectivity generally means that oh Lord, how do I want to word this?
What are you trying to explain?
What objectivity is, and I know how to explain it, but
you see,
what I want to say is that the truth value of some proposition is inherent to the object, but I don't.
Just think of it as terms of truth conditions. Are the truth conditions such that it involves an agent? Then if the answer is no, it's objective.
If the answer is no, then it's objective.
Right. So if the truth conditions for the solubility of salt are such and such chemical properties of the salt, okay, and environmental conditions, I could stipulate those criteria. But nowhere did I mention an agent as part of that criteria.
I'm sorry, continue.
No, so just to conclude, the idea is that because the truth conditions of the solubility of salt don't mention an agent or subject, right? It's an objective truth that the solubility of salt is the way that it is.
Yes. And this is going to be probably a little bit contrived, but what I would generally say is, again, it's contrived, so just stick with me. Obviously, there's more than red on the can, but I would say this can is red. And pay attention to the quotes. The redness of the can is something that is inherent to the can. It doesn't matter who you are, what you believe, or where you come from. The redness of the can is still there as something intrinsic to the can.
Wait, that's how you define an objective?
Hold on. So this can being red is objective. It's in the object, not the subject. Where if I said that, well, Budweiser is the best beer to drink, that is true for me, the subject, but other subjects might disagree. So the truth of that statement is contained in the subject, not the object. So it is subjectively true.
Are you guys noticing Answers in Atheism's messages?
Yes.
Yeah, but he's in his troll mood.
What I would say is that if morality is objective, then name me the object to which, as Danny said, and hopefully I'm getting this right, the truth conditions of any statement of morality are inherent to, independently of a subject. I've never been given the answer to that question. I just don't think morality, for the same reason I don't think that gender is objective, for the same reason I don't think that race is objective, I don't think that morality is objective.
I agree with all this.
And correct me if I'm getting this wrong from a philosophical perspective, Danny, but I find it hard, from my experiences, and Danny might correct me if I'm wrong, that normativity, or things based on something that is normative, it's hard to establish a sense of objectivity to it, at least in a broad sense, if that makes
sense. Yeah, I take an intermediate view. Okay. So I do distinguish between obligation and value.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And they're interdependent. Okay. So here's the problem.
I'm sorry, I had to.
Well, first of all, we can just talk about it more broadly than going into my view. But like, to your statement about objective, subjective, there are sometimes you might hear instead the delineation between realism and anti-realism,
mm-hmm.
right?
Yeah.
And sometimes it's easier to work with, but it just depends on, like, typically when I hear someone say that I'm a subjectivist,
Good way to put it.
when you hear someone on YouTube saying I'm a subjectivist, that's an indicator that that they probably listen to William Lane Craig, and that's the extent of their philosophical knowledge or something, right? But when you hear someone talk about realism, I'm an anti-realist about norms. I think that's a better language to use, because there is a distinction between subjectivism and relativism.
Yes.
And the idea is that subjective and relativism, moral relativism, are both anti-realist views.
Yeah.
But if they're distinguished, then what people mean by subjectivism is they just reject that there are moral facts in the world or something.
Peanut. Oh, Jeff. Yes, Jeff.
Hey guys.
Way to go.
You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna end the stream. I'm gonna go to sleep. You guys are welcome to talk in the back room.
I've only got a little bit more to say.
You guys won't be recorded, so
that's
anyway.
Hey,
So
thanks for hosting all this. This is great.
Yes.
Yeah, it was cool.
This was a fantastic
hours. Holy shit!
This is kind of cool because tomorrow I can watch the last hour of my own stream. So
I've been streaming since 7 p.m. tonight. It's Central Standard Time.
Okay, I've got to get up. I've got to get up and do some work on Demeter's project. So I need to fucking go.
You guys,
stream. Goodbye, cruel
this stream
world.
covered a lot of interesting topics today. Thank you for hosting it.
Okay, you're welcome.
Yeah.
Okay, we're ending.
Religion.